background is the stuff that's happening on the Senate floor right now. I am taking a listen and then going live so I can share with everybody exactly what is and what isn't happening right now. And then to talk about some other things. So good afternoon or good morning. It's still morning time. God, it feels like this afternoon. Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Jen. Good morning, Winn-Dixie. How is everybody? Good morning, Elizabeth. Good morning, Lenny. Hello, Veronica. Hello, Sharon. What's up, everybody? What's up, David? Hello, LaJoints. What's up, Blue Honey Pot? Penny G. Thank you, L.A. Johnts. Let's see who else. Brandy. Hello. What's up? I don't know what time it is either. My brain is like blah, 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 blah. Good morning, Candy Kiss. So if you are joining me from the Book of Faces, the U of Tube, or the Stack of Subs, please make sure that you say hello in the comments, because if you don't, I will not be able to see that you are with me, and I would love to say hello to you as well. It's a lot. I feel like I'm going to say that every day until at least after the midterms. What's up, Tracy? Hey, Cheryl. Hello, Dad Jokes. How are you? What's up, Amy? How are you? What's up, Sarah? Hello, Rachel. How are y'all doing over here in the world? Are y'all doing okay? We've got a lot. We got a lot going on, don't we? Can't wait to wake up and there be no crazy news. I don't know when that's going to be. Good morning, Deborah. Good morning, Denise. Good to see you as well. Geez, oh Pete. What's up from my corner? I want to kind of turn my notifications off, but I can't, because then I will. I'm gonna need to get sense in some people. Yeah, it is. It's a wild week, Gio. Agreed. Let me just say this to everybody. So first, there is a ticket in on the other account. What's up, Uka? So we'll just see what TikTok does over there. Like I said, I'm not stressing. Hey, Tara Love, good to see you on YouTube. So until then, everybody's going to join me on this side of the world, which is my backup account on TikTok. Good morning, Macaroni in the house. What's up, User Blessed? And so we'll just kind of see what happens, right? I submitted a video once I figured out that you can only submit a video that's 30 seconds long. Like that's all you can do is submit a video that's 30 seconds long and submit the ticket. And then we'll just see what TikTok does. Anyway, shape or form, I need to build this backup account anyway. So I'm just looking at it as a blessing in disguise, and it'll be what it will be. So I'm not going to fret. I do want to talk about a couple of things. If you are on any of my socials, you have seen me post. Damn it, I forgot Blue Sky. I'll get to Blue Sky as well. What's up, Ivy Gina? It's not, I can't take it from the thing, Blue Honey Pot. I don't get to go in and pull it. Somebody just sent me a clip. So, we're going to talk about a couple of different things that has to do with, what's happening today on the Senate floor. I want everybody to take a big, deep breath. Okay. Because the first thing that I want everybody to understand is that they are not currently voting on the bill. So what the Democrats are doing right now is they have proposed a bunch of amendments to the bill, and they are forcing an individual count on each of those amendments. And this process is expected to take probably all day, right? What's up, Tech Lady? Hey, Sandy. So just so everybody understands that this is what they are voting on right now are each of these amendments. Sometimes they are addressing the floor as they do it. What's up, One New York Queen? And sometimes they are not. So it just depends. What's up, Jen Madden, Tina Noel? So this is not the vote for the actual bill itself. This is the vote on lots of different amendments that are being proposed by different Democratic senators. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone understands that that's what's happening. Yeah, Penny GF. They want to put everyone on the record. Good morning, CJ. So that, hey, Renee. And the other Cheryl as well. They want to put everyone on the record as saying, hey, Mark, please don't type in all caps. So like I only ask for 4 things in this space. I ask people to be respectful, to not use slurs of any kind, to not spam the comments, and to not type in all caps. I use all caps for my moderators and for my folks that are vision impaired. So please don't do that. Okay. So, there's a lot that is happening. And so what they want to do is they want to get every single Republican on the record. Happy Monday, Laura. And they want to get everybody on the record on each of these amendments. Okay. And so, it's really important to do this. I think because sometimes we get a vote, we get a yay, nay, but we don't get to hear about each of these amendments that are being put forward. And so this is another way to do a couple of things. It's yes, it's going to make things take longer, but two, it's also getting everyone on the record as to what they are and aren't doing. So, one of the things, Elvidana, but one of the amendments that they wanted to do the other day, or a resolution, was to limit Trump from being able to do anything else when it comes to Iran and all the things. I know, Sandy, I know. Hey, Tracy. And so, GOP blocked that, which is just crazy, because I think that, some sort of reins on this administration would be good. And I don't believe that anybody can name a real good reason as to why that would not be helpful for absolutely everyone. And to me, it's a no-brainer, right? So while I'm talking, I need to pull up one other thing that I know that I want to share with you all today. And we're gonna talk about it. Give me a second. Yeah, so on this account, nobody has stickers. And let me just say this. I really don't want you to sub on this account, right? Because it is the backup account. Yes, that's what I meant. Holy Jesus, why would you think that's not what I meant? Sorry, I'm talking to the computer, because it's like, did you mean such and such? Of course, that's what I meant. What do you mean? Isn't it funny how, like, sometimes they'll ask you what you mean when you're searching for something, but then when you're texting people, it just autocorrects without asking you anything. And then sometimes you end up saying shit you really don't want to say. So, you can't win for losing, right? Sometimes. But anyway. I don't know what you mean, George Washington. Right. Well, yeah. So Penny GF, I'm going to have to set up a separate PayPal account in order to fix to do gifts on this account. So it's fine. Do whatever you want to do. I prefer them on the other account, to be honest. But you can do them over here. That's fine. I just have to get it. Yeah. Mom with goals. I'll have to get it set up before next week, because so like whatever's been processed, I can't, whatever has already been gifted on this account, even if I set it up today, it won't pay out on Wednesday. So it'll be next week. So there are no subs over here and, or any of that. So, but there are gifts on this account. So I just want to kind of let everybody know kind of where we are and what is and what isn't happening over here. So if you had money that you were going to spend on gifts and you want to do that, then please do that. If you prefer to use my, you know what they're called, my pay apps, you're welcome to do that. Jesus, my brain, you guys, is just absolutely tired, I think. So yeah, so it's literally up to you guys, right? So whether you want to do gifts, whether you want to do pay apps, it doesn't, whatever makes your heart happy. I'm okay. I'm just gonna, yeah, I will, Blue Honey Pot. There's 62 requests on this account, so I've got to dig through them. I'm not fretting. I can't. I don't have the bandwidth. Like, I don't have the bandwidth to be like up in arms and just worried to death about anything, really. And I want everybody to kind of remember something. Okay. So let me just say something. If this bill ends up passing, I want people to understand that we're not going to wake up tomorrow and all of a sudden 11.8 million people not have Medicaid. It will take time, but they will, we will see the impact, but it's not going to all happen at once, right? It's just not, listen, can I ask you all a question? Like, can we be serious for just a moment? Do you all believe that this is the first horrible bill that that has ever been put forward that hurt people in this country? We would know absolutely not that that's not the truth. Because deuces, this is my backup account. This is my backup account. I need to build it up for a little bit. Okay. Yep. We had one in 2017. I want everyone to remember something that it's fine, Maddie. The other account is there. I need to build this backup account as well. So I want you all to remember something. Okay. I don't, Veronica, worse in terms of what? Like, so there's no real way to say what is or isn't the worst bill ever, because there are different circumstances happening in the country at the time that different bills have been put forward. Is this bill great? Absolutely not, right? Is it horrible? Yes. Do I consider it barbaric? I do. Will it hurt people? Yes. Will it cripple us in one day? No, it won't. And I want everybody to stop getting yourself so worked up that you give yourself a damn anxiety attack, acting as if, if this bill passes, it's going to be horrible. Appreciate you, Linda Johnson, for putting that in there. So you see what I'm saying? I just want you all to take a deep breath. I really do want you to take a deep breath, right? And I want you to tell, when people say things like, oh, this bill is going to be great because there's no taxes on tips and no taxes on overtime. What I would tell people is not everybody in this country makes tips and not everybody in this country works overtime. And I don't know that the taxes on your tips and your overtime will be enough to cover your medical expenses if you don't have Medicaid anymore. And you happen to need to go to the physician. Yes, babe. Yeah, in just a minute. Okay.
Whoa.
So yeah, I just want everybody to understand all of those things, right? So it doesn't do you or me any good to freak out, you guys, right? I really need for you all to take a deep breath and not get so worked up. Yes, ma'am. A little bit. You guys can have a little bit. Okay. So I just want everybody to take some deep breaths. Alice, I don't know what you're trying to say. Yesterday you were on a live and made yet look. I don't know what that means. Yeah, and the no tax on tips ends in 2028. I haven't looked yet. Would you like for me to give you some? Okay. So no, Donoski, it hasn't passed. It hasn't passed. Here. Come on, sis. No, they are not currently voting. They are currently voting. Here, give me your hand. They are currently voting on proposed amendments to the bill that are being put forward. Okay. So I just want you all to, here, sis. I just want you all to understand that here, there are proposed amendments and they are voting on them individually, one at a time. Okay. Yep. All of them should still be being called because they're not voting yet. Right. Everybody needs to be still contacting their legislators 100%, So I just want everybody to realize that. What's up, Masani? I don't know why I am a little chilly. Do you see my black jacket that was out here, sis? And Bella, can you look in the chair that's right beside you and see if you see my jacket? The black jacket that I let Allie wear last night? Can you see if you see it on the end of my bed? I don't know where she put it. Sorry, y'all. I am just cold. There are things so I don't know if you all saw, though, that the Senate parliamentarian also ruled that the measure that they put in about the rural hospitals, that $25 billion that they had used to get Murkowski on board. Let me just tell you that she ruled that to be, hold on, guys, you got a lot coming at me. So she ruled that was also extraneous and not able to be in, that it violates the Byrd rule. So yeah, she is Masani, and so that had to also be taken out. And so I think that that was what they needed. Oh, thank you, sissy. They couldn't find my jacket, so Mila brought me the blanket that I made. Good morning, Teresa. What's up, Tracy? Sweet of her, right? So yeah, like she's who's reading everything off now. Give me 1 second. Woo-wee. I know she was being really sweet. I don't know, but I'm glad. So yeah, so for those of you who do not know, I also have autoimmune stuff. So some days I'm warm, Some days I'm cold. 1 minute I'm warm. 1 minute I can be cold. So it is what it is. Today's a cold day. Okay. So anyway, I don't know why I'm yawning. Probably because I'm tired. But anyway, Dex, I don't know if that's going to happen. Like, I mean, of course, they have to read absolutely everything that goes along with the bill. So, yes. If I was, oh, thanks. I made this years ago. I covered up my face so you all couldn't see it. But yeah, I made it years and years and years ago. So, hey, Carla. But so yeah, so we understand that yeah, no, it's been this way with me forever in terms of being cold or being hot or whatever, right? I'm not really sure about, hold on a second. This is wild. I saw it. But yeah, I don't know what I think about Lindsey Graham's illegal baseline. I haven't gotten that far. No, Nadine. My other page is up. This is just my backup page. Nope, I have both. Oh shit. Hold on, I gotta get my charger. 1 second, folks. 1 second. Hey, who took my long charger from right here? Do you not do it? But it looks like you have my long charger. No, I played Roblox with Bella. Yeah, but it looks like you're playing Roblox with Bella using my long charger, sis. No. Yeah, and I need it, sis. Huh? Mila, look, your charger is right here. Oh, yeah, but you got Tutu's charger. Mila busy telling me she don't have my charger, but girl, you do. All right, so listen, I want to talk about a couple of things. All right. Okay, first, what is happening right now on the Senate floor is not the vote for the bill. Just so that everyone is clear, it is not the vote for the bill. It is the vote on individual amendments that are being proposed by the Democrats in order to get Republicans on the record for each of these issues and to also slow the process down, right? So, they're doing their damnedest with what they have. Okay, so that's what's currently happening. So don't get yourself all kind of worked up and stoked up and all those other things, right? It's just a matter of, kind of going through the process. It's the same thing that we have, facing us in a lot of other scenarios as well, right? So here's what I will say is that if there is someone who thinks that this bill is a great idea and you would like to discuss it and talk about it, you are free to request to come up here to the panel so we can have that conversation. Right? Yep, they did make the entire bill be read out loud. 100%. 100%, that's a thing. Yeah, that did happen. That occurred. I'm trying to look. Yes, Bella babe. Yeah, sure. Get it for me and I'll pour it for you. Yeah, let me bring your facts. Okay, so I just wanted to be clear, first of all, about the bill so that everybody understands what the deal is. Now, should we just go ahead and start by talking about Tom Tillis? Should we just go ahead and start that and we can just get it out the way, the conversation? There's more. No. Huh? Okay. Okay. Grab a cup out the dishwasher. Okay. So let's talk about Tom Tillis. I view Tom Tillis like I do Mike Pence, like I do Mitch McConnell, like I do the majority of the individuals who find the guts and the integrity to speak out and say things that they've always known to be true. But they don't do it until it's the last minute and they are either no longer going to run for office, right? Good morning, Jen. Like Mitch McConnell and also like Tillis, right? Here, baby. Okay. And so this is the way that I feel about it. I mean, it's great that you finally did it. What's up, Lone Wolf? Yeah, I'm talking about Tillis. It's great that you finally said it, but how many people have been hurt in the process? How many people have been hurt before this moment in time? And I just think it's really shitty. What's up, Tim Ratcliffe? What's up, Jewel? And I think that it is, hey, Dominic, you need to get the stuff at the door, babe. I think that it's horrible. What's up, Dani? I said, Dani, I'm reading you, Sonny. She said, hey, Dani. So I said, hey, Dani. What's up, Dani? I meant, what's up, Sonny? Jesus. Holy jeez. So y'all, listen, just my brain right now. So, but here's my thing, right? Is that I am concerned and I'm a little upset that, let me not say a little upset. Number one, I was pissed. I got really, really pissed yesterday when I read an article in military.com, which I'll get to in just a minute. But I want to talk about Tillis, right? Well, you know what? Here's my thing. If you say, thank God Tillis is gone, number one, he's not gone right now. He's just not going to run for re-election, right? Like, that's the difference. He's just not going to run for re-election. He's not gone right now. And when you talk about he's lining his pockets like everybody else in Congress, I guess my question would be is, so what makes him be the person that you're like, oh my God, I'm so glad he's gone if everybody else is doing it, right? That's the question that I have, right? That's really what I want to know, right? He's not going anywhere right now. He's just not running for re-election. And for anybody that supports this bill, be my guest, hit the little request button and come on up here, right? Thanks, James. So the reality is very simple, folks. This bill is not beneficial to the American people. It's beneficial to the 1%, and that is it. That's it. It's not beneficial to the people at all. And anybody that has read any of the analysis of this bill, anybody that has read the parts of the bill and how they will impact people, you would know that. And here's the thing. If you're actually a patriot, you would be able to admit that. Let me be clear. If you claim to be a patriot and you do not, and you're not able to see exactly what this bill does, then, you're either aggressively ignorant, and not accurately informed, because it is what it is. You guys, listen, the Congressional Budget Office tells you it's going to add $3.3 trillion to the debt, even though we have the Medicaid cuts that we do, right? Eric, again, if you support the bill, go ahead and come on up here. Like, that's the way that it works. If you're just going to chippity chip in the comments, then be my guest. Okay? But if you would like to discuss it, you just have to come up in here and get on the panel. Right. CBO.gov has a great breakdown. Yeah, you can type. I'm just not going to talk to you back and forth in the comments. Like, I'm just not doing that. Yeah. So one of the features that when you go to CBO, right, they will give you a great breakdown in terms of this bill and what it is, right? And so I'll tell you some things that you will see that they have featured up here automatically, right? So number one, they have the estimated budgetary effects of an amendment in the nature of a substance to HR 1, the one big barbaric bill act. I don't call it beautiful. I say barbaric, right? No, honey, do you not see me talking? And I won't call you honey. Let me just say this. Do you not see me talking to lots of people in the comments? You haven't hit a chord. I'm just addressing you and telling you, hey, if you've got something you want to say, join the panel. If you don't, stay in the comments. Like, it's entirely up to you. I mean, like, yeah. Okay. So there's lots of information that's up here. There's an estimated budgetary effect appreciate you, Cam. But let me just pull this one up and we'll go over it a little bit so that everybody has some information. You can, Chef Ryan, you can. It's fine. I just have to set up a completely different PayPal in order to connect it over here. That's all. So if you want to hold it and gift on the other page, if you would rather use pay apps, you can do that. It's whatever makes you happy. Okay. So if you view this, if you view the entire document, and let me do this. What I will do is I will put, how about I put this breakdown for the One Big Beautiful Bill in the, actually in the link tree as well. I can throw that in there too. But it will kind of give you this is the budgetary effects, right? But I think what you have to look at outside of that is the effects on people, right? Because I think people matter. And I think people matter even more than the budget. So when you talk about increasing the debt, $3.3 trillion, right? Yes, 100%, Tracy. That's exactly what people say. So do you think that it's a good idea to cut 900 million or $1 trillion from Medicaid and still end up increasing the deficit by $3.3 trillion? What's up, Merlot? Does anybody believe that that's a good idea, that this is something that makes complete sense? Because I do not. I absolutely do not believe that that's something that makes sense, because you're literally going to have about 11.8 million people that will lose their insurance between now and 2034, right? That's a lot. Right. If we're going to increase the debt, then at least we should be helping people. Right? If we're going to increase the debt, we should be helping people, right? And so it's really important. Robert Johnson, I was right here. I was right here when Joe Biden was in office. I was right here talking about policy. Yeah, right here. Yeah, like I don't know what kind of question that is. Where were you people at when Biden was destroying the country? Name for me something that Joe Biden did that actually destroyed the country. This is what I would like to know. Robert Johnson, feel free to request up and answer the question. So here's my question specifically to Robert Johnson. Please name for me something that Joe Biden did that destroyed the country. I'll wait. Okay, so let's go ahead and listen to Tom Tillis really quickly. Oh, damn. Of course I did. I closed the wrong thing. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. All right, so what you are going to be listening to is Senator, Tom Tillis. So anybody that wants to know, the jury has begun deliberating on the Diddy trial. You hear me? So jurors are deliberating on the Diddy trial if you are interested. All right. Now, let me turn this up so everybody can hear.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be brief. I promised Senator Hollins, I'm sorry, Senator. It'll be about 5 minutes. This is an easy one. Number one, I should have probably said this earlier. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I completely disagree with the narrative of the billionaire taxes. Folks, this is actually reducing or making sure that we don't raise taxes on people like me that grew up in trailer parks, didn't get my degree till I was 37, struggled to make ends meet. Those people benefit from that. I've read the bill. I think most of you know I'm detail-oriented. It's not what it seems. So I also should thank Senator Crapo. He's a good friend, great leader. I should have thanked him for the hard work that he's doing. I got a little bit focused on the Medicaid failed baseline that's in the bill, but I should have started with that. So thanks to Mike Crapo and to Senator Thune, who I admire as our leader. Mr. President, I'm here to talk about the production tax credit and the investment tax credit. Though.
Oh, so now he's I think this is him cleaning up what he said the first time. Give me a second. Whew. Good Lord. Your head will absolutely just be on a swivel. How quick these folks turn themselves around. Yeah, he's oh, I got a little caught up on the Medicaid things. Good gosh. Oh. Okay, let me just see if this is his whole video or if this is a news thing about it. But he doesn't listen. He can't disappoint me because I never believe shit he said anyway. Like, here's my thing. You don't have to tell me that the cuts are what the cuts are. Let me tell y'all yesterday. So listen, JD Vance is there in case he needs to be a tie-breaking vote. That's number one. That was for yesterday, just to even move the bill forward, right? Number two, they were already having backdoor meetings yesterday with people who were holdouts. That was already happening. And Trump was already on the phone. And that came from reports from people that were up there at Congress when it was happening. So this is what they do. This is what they did the last time. And it's not necessarily your granola bars are in the bag, sissy. Did you know that? Your granola bar's in the bag.
Mom, I'm not sure.
Well, no, you got to do granola bar first. So let me just say this, folks. Let me be real clear. Yeah, mine is Wednesday, Sandy. So listen, you know, I don't expect for these folks to do anything other than what they have been doing, what they did with the Speaker of the House. You all saw really, really quickly how these folks were like the last holdouts. They were voting no against Mike Johnson being the Speaker of the House. And all of a sudden, they were all pulled into a little back room. Some conversations were had. And the next thing you know, they came out voting yes, right? This is what we've seen. Do I believe that it's that they found something new on someone? No, not necessarily. What I do know is that there's some sort of conversation that involves a form of manipulation, whatever that might be. So whether that is having dirt on someone, whether that is promising money, whether that is whatever it is, I don't know. What I do know is there's manipulation happening across the board, right? And that sucks because it should not be that way. Right? We should not be conducting business as if, this is the Gambino family or the Gottis. It just shouldn't be a thing. That is, Congress should not operate in that fashion. And Congress should be completely separate from what the executive branch wants. It should be what's in the best interest of the people. That's it. That's all there is to it. That should be what we are concerned about. Right. That is not always the case. Oof, wait a minute. Where did that go? It went away somewhere. Okay, so what I want to do really quickly, yes, Blue Honey Pot, yes, because it's a different bill. But let me just show you this so that everybody can hear what is said. Hopefully this is the right video. So give me a second. Here we go. Why is this saying?
Mr. President.
The Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come today to explain my vote yesterday for voting against the motion to proceed on this bill.
No, so this is, okay,
Mr.
so maybe this is
I
it.
spent most of my career in management consulting, managing large, complex enterprise projects, multi-year, thousands of hours, a lot of complexity that take people, process, and technology to make it work. I learned a lot in that career. And I was able to go to the legislature and take that mindset as a member of the minority for 2 terms. And then we got a majority in 2010.
Can everybody hear
and
this
I found
okay?
myself being the Speaker of the House. Mr.
Morning,
President,
Kevin.
we were in the middle of the financial crisis. When I got sworn in January of 2011, North Carolina had a $2 billion shortfall on a $20 billion general revenue fund. And I had 6 months to balance that budget. Well, Mr. President, we did something that had not been done in North Carolina. We took the time to understand every aspect and every dollar that was being spent in government. We determined how to cut government in a way that was sustainable. We cut 12% from the university system budget, not the rate of growth.
Japanese women weigh less and never hit the gym. The secret? A simple 4-ingredient natural recipe that's 7 times stronger than the Ozempic pen. Drink what we Americans are calling the Japanese Manjaro every single day.
But the actual spending. And I had some people say that it was going to be disruptive and the University of North Carolina would never be the same again. But Mr. President, we did it in a way that was instructed by the operations of the university system. And we did it in a way in concert with the chancellors. And you know what happened, Mr. President? We actually balanced the budget. We did do those cuts. And the last time I checked, the North Carolina university system is still considered one of the greatest systems in the United States of America. Why do I use that example? Because the Medicaid proposal in this bill bears no resemblance to that kind of discipline and due diligence. It has no insights into how these provider tax cuts are going to be absorbed without harming people on Medicare. And even worse, most of my colleagues do not even understand on either side of the aisle the interplay of state-directed payments and the devastating consequences of the funding flows that are going to be before us. Mr. President, here's how I figured out the impact in North Carolina. I used to be Speaker of the House, and I like the Speaker and have good relationship with the Speaker and the President Pro Tem, so I called them up. And I had my staff ask them if they would do an economic impact assessment on what this proposed bill would do to the Medicaid program in North Carolina. But I didn't want just the view of the Republican partisan staff that reports to the Speaker and the President Pro Tem on how they're going to absorb this bill. I decided to go to Josh Stein, the governor, and I went to his Democrat staff for Medicaid.
Woo.
I asked them to prepare an estimate, independent of the estimate that I had done with fiscal research. But I took a step further, Mr. President. I went to the Hospital Association. I asked 3 different independent groups, a partisan Democrat group, a partisan Republican group of experts, and a nonpartisan group of the Hospital Association to develop an impact assessment independent. Not talking, not sharing, reporting to me. And what I found is the best case scenario is about a $26 billion cut. Now, we've got a delay, so it may be 2 years, it may be 1 year. All it does is make that $26 billion happen in year 1 or year 12, but the impact is the same, Mr. President, and it's indisputable. Now, when I actually presented this report that you can find on my website, I had people in the administration say, you're all wet, you don't know what you're doing. I said, well, why don't we assemble a series of meetings? We're going to provide you our analytics. You go through it, tear it apart. I told about Mehmet Oz, who I consider to be one of the most capable people in the Trump administration. He's a brilliant man, and I encourage my Democrat colleagues to talk to him. He knows his stuff, and he's very focused on getting efficiencies out of CMS. So we had 3 different conference calls with CMS, with Oz on the phone and on the video and me on the video. And I said this, guys, I would love nothing more than you to prove me wrong. I would love nothing more for you to tell me it's not 26 billion or 30 billion, that it's 2.6 billion or 2 billion or 200 million. But after 3 different attempts for them to discredit our estimates, the day before yesterday, they admitted that we were right, that between the state-directed payments and the cuts scheduled in this bill, there's a reduction of state-directed payments. And then there's the reduction of the provider tax. They can't find a hole in my estimate. So what they told me is that, yeah, it's rough, but North Carolina's used the system. They're going to have to make it work. All right. So what do I tell 663,000 people in
Tom,
2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off of Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore? When the White House is advising the president are not telling him that the effect of this bill is to break a promise. And you know, the last time I saw a promise broken around healthcare, with respect to my friends on the other side of the aisle, it's when somebody said, if you like your healthcare, you can keep it. If you like your doctor, you can keep it. We found out that wasn't true. That made me the second Republican Speaker of the House since the Civil War, ladies and gentlemen, because we betrayed the promise to the American people. 2 years later, 3 years later, it actually made me a U.S. Senator, because in 2010, it had just been proposed. And just anticipation of what was going to happen was enough to have a sea change election that swept Republicans into the majority for the second time in 100 years. Now, Republicans are about to make a mistake on health care and betraying a promise. It is inescapable that this bill in its current form will betray the very promise that Donald J. Trump made in the Oval Office or in the cabinet room when I was there with finance, where he said we can go after waste, fraud, and abuse on any programs. Now, those amateurs that are advising him, not Dr. Oz, I'm talking about White House healthcare experts, refuse to tell him that those instructions that were to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse all of a sudden eliminates a government program that's called the provider tax. We have morphed a legal construct that admittedly has been abused and should be eliminated into waste, fraud, and abuse. Money laundering. Read the code. Look at how long it's been there. I was Speaker of the House. I refused to do it. When I left North Carolina, I said, we're not going to do a provider tax. I left it at 2.5%. Now it's 6%. Mistake on the part of the leadership. And frankly, I know my friends are probably going to think I'm a little bit crazy here, but I actually passed a law that made it illegal to expand Medicaid. Why did I do that? Because I was convinced someday we would be here. And I would have rather found a way to get more people on Medicaid at the standard FMAP than having this 90-10 match and watching it disappear and taking away desperately needed health care.
Yeah, but we're not here because of Democrats. We're here because of Republicans.
Over the course of the evening, I may look for an opportunity to speak again. But I'm telling the president that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid. I love the work requirement. I love the other reforms in this bill. They are necessary, and I appreciate the leadership of the House for putting it in there. In fact, I like the work of the House so much that I wouldn't be having to do this speech if we simply started with the House mark. I've talked with my colleagues in North Carolina. I know that we can do that, and I believe that we can make sure that we do not break the promise of Donald J. Trump that he's made to the people who are on Medicaid today, Mr. President. But what we're doing, because we've got a view on an artificial deadline on July 4th that means nothing but another date and time, we can take the time to get this right if we lay down the House mark of the Medicaid bill.
All right, this feels almost illegal to know, but our windows were so old
this is
and
an
just
ad, as
desperately
y'all
needed
know.
to be
And fix it. And I know that my friend and colleague from New Hampshire, I jumped in front of her, so I'm only going to take another minute or two. But Mr. President, we owe it to the states to do the work to understand how these proposals affect them. How hard is that? I did it. How hard is it? How hard is it to sit down and ask the Medicaid office, ask the legislative staff, ask the Independent Hospital Association what the impact is? If there's no negative impact, what's wrong with daylight? What's wrong with actually understanding what this bill does? Mr. President, I know what it does because I spent a career implementing complex systems, and then I had the privilege of being Speaker of the House, and I implemented them in a government setting. And since I've been here, I've focused on bills and watched their implementation from the cradle until they're fully implemented. Mr. President, we owe it to the American people, and I owe it to the people of North Carolina to withhold my affirmative vote until it's demonstrated to me that we've done our homework. We're going to make sure that we fulfill the promise, and then I can feel good about a bill that I'm willing to vote for. But until that time, I will be withholding my vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so a couple of things about this video. So let me just tell you something, that the provider tax that he's talking about. So this is a real deal. And there are a lot of small hospitals, rural hospitals that are significantly concerned about this thing that he's talking about. Now, I was, Mila Ann, don't do it again, Mila. Okay, so let me just point this out. So y'all know that I do not like Alan Levine at Ballot Health at all. Never have, never will. Never say never, but yeah, I listen. If that ever happens, I don't know. Jesus will have come back. Hell will have frozen over. It will be like a whole bunch of things. But anyway, he sent out an email to his employees asking them to contact legislators to get them to vote no on this Senate bill. And the reason why is because this provider tax that the Senate is talking about cutting, that they put in here to cut, is huge. So they worked really, really hard. Hospital Association, they lobbied the House to make sure that the provider tax cuts were not included in the House version of this bill. And so they were shocked when it was included in the Senate version of this bill. These are not my words. These are the words of an email that Alan Levine put out to the employees. So hold on a second. Let me see if I can give it to you. Ballot Health News. Give me a second. Because it will cost this particular company, this particular hospital, $200 million. And so I'm trying to find what I want to find is on their website where they had it out. Give me 1 second. Ballot Health News. This is it. Here we go. You ready? So here's what it says. So I'm actually reading a bill, an email that Alan Levine sent out to employees, and then they posted as a news release on their website, right? And here's what they say. Here's what he says when he's talking about this. No, it hasn't passed. Nothing has passed, Uka. Nothing has passed. So what's happening right now is they are doing individual. They're getting Republicans on the record for a bunch of amendments that have been offered to add to the bill. And so it's going to take a long time. So this is Ballot Health CEO Alan Levine, and this is what he's talking about. So check this out. He says, I want to get to the bill. Okay, so listen to this. So the Tennessee legislature authorized TennCare, which is Tennessee's Medicaid program, to seek federal approval to increase our state's provider tax. So you heard Senator Tillis talking about the provider tax. Well, for the state of Tennessee that has not expended Medicaid, okay, they got approval from the federal government to increase Tennessee's provider tax for providers in the state, right? And so it drew down enough federal dollars to pay hospitals based on what is called, quote unquote, the average commercial rate. So listen to what he says. He says, as Congress has been debating the federal reconciliation bill, there were efforts in the House of Representatives to cut these provider tax programs. Our own delegation in Tennessee and Southwest Virginia supported our request of the federal government and during the deliberations in the House, successfully blocked efforts to cut our programs, basically kind of grandfathering them in. And he names like Morgan Griffith, who really lobbied to not have that happen, right? But basically what they wanted to do was keep these provider tax cuts, these provider tax programs from being cut. So he says this week, to everyone's surprise, including to members of Congress and the Senate leadership put forth its own bill, which makes massive cuts to the provider tax program. So this, it ties all payments to the Medicare rates that are paid. So he's saying, listen, this will cost Ballot Health nearly $200 million. And he says, which would be almost all of their entire cash flow, right? He said, we've made it clear that this would lead to catastrophic failure of rural hospitals and hospitals throughout Tennessee and Virginia, not only to Ballot Health, but to many other very important hospitals that rely on these financing mechanisms to keep their doors open. Now, here's what's really important. And this is the part that did piss me off about this, is they only cared when it was going to cut the programs that affected the corporations, right? They didn't care when it was just talking about cutting insurance for 11.8 million people. Like, they don't give a damn whether you keep your Medicaid or not. But now that it's going to cut $200 million from them, they want you to vote against it. Now, the outcome is the same, right? The outcome is the same. You should 100% be voting against this bill, right? But here's the difference, is they want you to vote against it because of the corporation. I want them to vote against it because of the people. And this is the point that we should be making. Now, you might be asking me, why is this significant? Well, I'll tell you why. So Alan Levine is actually a member of the Federalist Society. He's a contributor to the Federalist Society. Did you all know that? Yeah, we're talking Southwest Virginia, Teresa, where literally Ballot Health owns almost every single hospital in Northeast Tennessee and Southwest Virginia. They control about 97% of inpatient care in the Tri-Cities. So Alan Levine is a contributor to the Federalist Society. This is going to give you a distinct line between what we would consider to be traditional Republicans who are members of the Federalist Society, who think the way that they think, and MAGA Republicans who are going to do the bidding of Donald Trump and say, well, the people will experience pain, but, we'll be better in the long run. That's what they keep saying is, hey, you're going to hurt, but that hurt's going to be temporary. It's only going to last for a little bit. My question is, I don't know how many people are going to unalive in the process, right? And it does not give me comfort that Dr. Oz is sitting at CMS. This is still the same man who said that children were an appetizing prospect to test reopening up our communities during C-19. Like, he literally called children. He literally called children appetizing, that it was an appetizing option because it would only be like, 1 or 2% of them that might unalive. Do y'all not remember this conversation? Do you all not remember this? That Dr. Oz said this thing? So, Nurse USA, there are many things that we could be cutting. Medicaid does not need to be one of them. And if you would like to discuss that with me, just go ahead and request on up here and we will discuss it. We will discuss it. So let me just show you. So Dr. Oz, children appetizing C-19 and video. So listen. Let me see if this is the, hold on. No, I don't want to sign up for you. Okay, so hold on. Oh, I need to.
Let's start with things that are really critical to the nation where we think we might be able to open without getting into a lot of trouble. I tell you, schools are a very appetizing opportunity. I just saw a nice piece in the Lancet arguing that the opening of schools may only cost us 2 to 3% in terms of total mortality. And, that's any life is a life lost. But to get every child back into a school where they're safely being educated, being fed, and making the most out of their lives with a theoretical risk on the backside, it might be a trade-off some folks would consider. We need to get industry back, supply lines. I mean, things that we can do without putting the nation.
So he literally said opening up schools was an appetizing thought because we would only be looking at maybe 2 to 3% of total mortality in our children. And that was a trade-off to get business back and trade going and all of those things. So if you don't remember him saying that, you should. That was in November of 2020. Let me see. November. No, I don't know if it was November or not. Anyway, it was during C19. So just in case that while we're talking about when Tom Tilla says, Dr. Oz is ready to get things streamlined at CMS, I don't really know what that means, because this is a guy who thought, children, a 2 to 3% mortality rate in children was appetizing just to get businesses back open and get things moving again in society. That to me is not, y'all, come on. Are these really the people that you want running the country? I really want to ask that question to you all. What's up, Nancy G? Right? Because to me, children aren't trade-offs. Children are valuable even after they're in utero. Right? I think that it's important for people to understand exactly the type of people that are in positions that are absolutely horrid. So in case you didn't hear it again, I'm going to play it for you one more time, because I think we skip over these things. And then I want you to remember that your Senate confirmed this man.
Dr. Oz, help us. Well, first, we need our mojo back. Let's start with things that are really critical to the nation where
we need our mojo back. What the fuck is our mojo exactly? We need our mojo back? Okay.
Think we might be able to open without getting into a lot of trouble. Yeah, I tell you, schools are a very appetizing opportunity.
Very appetizing.
I just saw a nice piece in the Lancet arguing that the opening of schools may only cost us 2 to 3% in terms of total mortality. And, that's any life is a life lost. But to get every child back into a school where they're safely being educated, being fed, and making the most out of their lives with a theoretical risk in the backside, it might be a trade-off some folks would consider. We need to get industry back, supply lines. I mean, things that we can do without putting the nation at.
So we need to be industry back, supply lines. These are the things. In my opinion, Oprah has a lot of people she needs to be apologizing for. A ton. She has a ton. His ass is one of them. Dr. Phil is another one. Yeah, 2 to 3%. 2 to 3% made putting children back in schools very appetizing. That was Dr. Oz, Sammy J. That was Dr. Oz. I didn't realize so many people did not know about this video. Did not know that this is what he said. Yeah, we know Deuce is wild. Yeah, we know. The lawsuit is actually in my link tree. Deuce is wild. So I think that people really aren't paying attention to what's happening. And this would be my question. No, Joyful Priestess, it hasn't happened. So this is my question to all of you all that are Republicans, right? And you have people like this that have been confirmed, that have been nominated by the Republican Party that said your children, 2 to 3% mortality rate for children just to get our mojo back was a very appetizing option. So my question to you is very simple, folks. Is that what you believe? Is that what you believe? Does that align with your Christian values? Does that align with your church? Does that align with your Christianity? Does that align with your Bible? Because I don't think that it does. And if you think that it does, I would love to talk to you. Because I think that this is absolutely crazy, that this is what is happening in this country, and people are acting as if these people aren't who they are. They are literally telling you who they are. They are showing you who they are, face front, up front. It like there's no denying it whatsoever. And y'all are still walking around. I keep saying it. Y'all are like Sandra Bullock in that damn movie. What movie is it, y'all? Where it's Bird Box, where she's like this and she can't see nothing. That's y'all. Y'all are like, no, I don't see hypocrisy. No, I don't see anything unconstitutional. No, I don't see anything that in this bill that'll hurt anybody. No, I don't know what you mean. What are you looking at? I don't see it. That's how y'all are looking. That's what you look like. And it's just crazy to me. That's how y'all walking around, looking absolutely out of your mind. And you are acting like, let me tell you what else you're acting like. You are acting like you will not be held accountable for how you voted. Let me bring it on home. Let me give y'all a little bit of Southern, how can I say this? Maybe Southern Baptist preaching, right? Because I think that maybe y'all need it. And y'all know, because we are in church, we're gonna say it in love, right? But you all are acting as if you are not going to be held accountable for the way that you vote. You act as if you are not going to be held accountable for the way that you vote. And you are. Oh, wow. This is a really long live. Yeah. All right. So, sorry, I was reading. You're counting on them being held accountable, Harold? Yeah, but here's my thing. Like, I want you all I really want to know, do you believe that somehow you're going to stand, because many of you that support Donald Trump and that support the Republican Party align yourselves with being Christians, right? That's what you say. I'm Christian, I'm conservative, I'm whatever. And so my question is this: do you believe that you are not going to, that you're going to stand in front of at the pearly gates one day and Jesus is literally not going to question you about this? Is that what you believe? Do you believe that you will not be held accountable for the things that you do and the way that you vote and the things that you support? Because you will. You will absolutely be held to account. And it matters. Do you all have any idea how many children in this country are on Medicaid? Do you all know how many children in the country are on Medicaid? Anybody know? In the entire country? No, Deuce is wild. 40 million total children. So let me just give you the idea. The total adults and children are 83,122,000. 38% of those are children. So if you take 83,122, right, and you times that by 38%, you are looking at roughly, it didn't do it right. 83,122,000. I don't think I got all my zeros in that time. 38%. There we go. Almost 32 million. Right? Those are kids. Yeah, Marsha, I am. I'm on my backup account. I'm on the Dani 8.8.8. I need to build the backup account up as well. So I'm on Dani 8.8.8, Marsha. So listen, folks, for those of you all who don't get it, do you understand that Medicaid is the largest provider for nursing home residents? We have elderly people that are in nursing homes, and the largest insurance providers for those people is Medicaid. Medicaid covers 63% of nursing home residents across the entire country. And just so that we are clear, 70% of the people that are on Medicaid that are of working age are working. 70% of the adults that are on Medicaid who are able to work are working, either part-time or full-time. They are working. 44% work full-time, 26% work part-time. And that doesn't even include the people who are in school. The point is simply this. This is what people don't understand, right? It is not about, so what are people worried about then? That's not what it is. It's why are your Republican legislators lying to you? Why are the Republicans telling you that people are just sitting on Medicaid not doing shit? Why are they telling you that when it's not the truth? Right? So maybe you should ask yourself that. Who benefits from the lies? And you should be mad. I would be mad that somebody is lying on me. Why aren't you mad that your Republican legislators and representatives are lying to your face? Why aren't you mad about that? I really want to know. Appreciate you, Lucretia. Why are you not mad that your representatives are lying to your face? Because you think that it's Democrats that think you are dumb. It's not Democrats. It's your party leadership that thinks you're dumb. It's your party leadership that thinks you're stupid. It's your party leadership that is lying to you in your face. Period. I don't think that you're dumb. What I think is that you don't have the facts. And I think that if you did have the facts, you wouldn't support these things. And the reason why I believe that is because I come from a town that is 86% Republican, born and raised there. I know tons of those people. And what I know is that those people would help just about anybody. I know that those people would help anybody that they saw on the street, right? I don't believe that those people would think that, that children's lives should be put at risk. I don't think that those people would seriously be okay with, 10% of their community losing their insurance benefits. I don't think that. I think that they don't really know what's going to happen in their districts. I don't think you're dumb. I just don't think that you have accurate information. And that's what makes me angry. And it makes me angry for you that the people that you have voted, the people that you trust, are actually lying to you. They are literally, have you ever heard the term playing in your face? You ever heard that term? They just playing in your face. That's what they're doing, y'all. Your Republican representatives are playing in your face. And you should feel some kind of way about that. They are literally like, well, shit, they already put me in office. They'll be okay. JD Vance said, listen, what we're doing is going to hurt you, right? What we're doing is going to hurt you, but it'll be okay just for a little while. Meanwhile, JD Vance's rich ass, he ain't going to be hurting. Elon's not going to be hurting. None of those folks are going to be hurting. Nobody in Congress is going to be hurting on either side of the aisle, on any aisle. Why? Because they make a hell of a lot of money. and they have great insurance. They will not be the people that are hurting. It will be the people like me and you. It will be the rest of us. Can you imagine? The people that you put in office are literally putting forth legislation they know will hurt you. They have said, you'll get over it, you'll adjust, it'll only be temporary, it'll be just fine. Y'all, that is like getting in the car with somebody. You let them be the driver. You nominated them to be the designated driver. You get in the car and that person's the only person that's got a seatbelt and they driving down the road at 100 miles an hour. Y'all understand that, right? It's like getting in a plane, right, with these folks because you trust them to be the pilot, right? And then they want everybody to jump, but they're the only person with a parachute. You understand that, right? This is what's happening. They have parachutes. They have seat belts. They have safety nets. The majority of the country doesn't have a safety net like that. The majority of Americans don't have safety nets in their bank account. They don't even have savings accounts. Most people in this country are one paycheck away from not having a home. Period. Like, it's just that simple. Yes, Tara Love, private healthcare will have no choice but to go up. Yes. So listen, folks, we have to understand that all of this stuff is connected together. 100% private healthcare premiums will go up. Do you want to know why? Because when you have people that get kicked off of Medicaid and they no longer have insurance, A, that means they don't have preventative care anymore. B, that means they can't go to a regular provider or urgent care. C, they will be going to hospital emergency rooms where hospitals are required to see them because of EMTALA law, right? Hospitals will 100% have to raise their rates because those people will not be able to pay their hospital bills. When private insurance companies end up seeing higher rates, guess what happens? Your premiums go up. I don't know why people act like this isn't like it's not like we're not all connected together, because of course we are. Of course it is. Of course it is. You know, I said this yesterday on my Facebook account. I said Jesus did not take from the poor to give to the rich, and neither should the president. Hear me say it. Jesus did not take from the poor to give to the rich, and neither should the president. It's just that simple. Right? And for all of you all that are in the comments, right? Do me a favor. You think I'm wrong? Join this panel and let's talk about the bill. Join this panel and we will talk about whatever you think. You think I'm wrong? Join the panel. You think this bill is great? Join the panel. You think that Donald Trump is on the right track? Join the panel. You think whatever you think about immigrants? Join the panel. Be my guest. And do you want to know why you won't? You won't get up here because all you are keyboard warriors who don't know anything. You don't have facts and you can't back anything up. So you'll just sit down there in them comments, yippity yip yip yipping, like somebody is worried about you. And I can promise you that I'm not. I can promise you that I'm not. Jeez, oh Pete. It is absolutely crazy that you all don't understand the situation that we are in when it comes to our healthcare system in this country, especially to rural hospitals. This stuff is in my link tree, but let me just, and I know we've kind of veered off a little bit, but this is all relevant. Give me 1 second. All right, so this is one of them I want. All right, I've given you all this some of this information before, right? I need to look at, oh, thank you guys. I just need to see. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I'm giving you. So here's another one that I have. All right. So I want to give you all a little bit of information just so that you really and truly understand what's happening, because I don't think that some of you do. And it's sad that some of you all don't. Well, let me just say this. No, that's not accurate. It's not sad that you don't know. It's sad that some of you don't want to know. Oh, I love that PSYOP is here. If PSYOP wants to come up on the panel, then PSYOP is welcome to do that. What's up, Sage? All right, so listen. So just to give you an idea, when we look at, give me 1 second. So, so if you're not familiar with the Cecil G. Sheps Center for Health Services Research, that is part of UNC. Okay. And so they do lots of health services research that is amazing. And so what they looked at, they just released this one, I want to say in 2022. It's the rising rate of rural hospital closures, right? So this is a study that they did. And so in 2009, right, CAHS that subsequently closed from 2010 through 2014 had in general lower levels of profitability, liquidity, equity, patient volume, and staffing, right? These same rural hospitals that closed had smaller market shares, operated in markets with smaller populations, and compared to the ones that actually were able to remain open. If you look, I think rural hospitals make up 50% of all hospitals. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, I scrolled on this map that I don't want to do for you. Perfect. I don't like AI. Oh, yay. Great. Here's another article from KFF. I absolutely love KFF Health News. And this article, they just came out in February. And here's another one that came out in April. And these are important things for people to know about rural hospitals. They count for 35% of all community hospitals nationwide, and at least a third of all hospitals in most states. So in your state, 30% of your hospitals are rural hospitals. What do you do when and if they close, right? PSYOP, what you doing? You got a question for me?
What's going on, Dani? No, I just joined because you invited me to.
Yeah.
I was fighting with some people in the well, not fighting, but arguing with some people in the comments just because I mentioned, you talked about Christ judging people.
Yeah.
And I would have to disagree with that. I think Christ is very understanding that we're in a world of misinformation. And just as he'd be forgiving to the sinner who's penitent and trying to get better, I think he'd be forgiving to the type of person who was deceived and doesn't know what to believe and voted for somebody, be that, blue or red, who they were deceived into voting to. I think Christ would understand that.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being deceived and you vote for him, and then people who are who have no desire to hear truth and facts, even if they want to. And that's what I'm talking about. And so let me just say this. Donald Trump has been running for office since 2014, right? So we've had a decade of Donald Trump. Anybody that wanted to know the truth about Donald Trump, about any allegations about him, about his business practices, about his belief systems when it comes to eugenics, that information is readily available online. And even greater than that, anybody has the ability to look up the impact of a bill that's being presented to Congress.
Right. And I mean, I agree to that. I would say, though, as somebody, I'm a blue collar worker. I'm trying to provide for a family. I work around 60 hours a week. I really can't read every bill that any presidential candidate wants to put out there. So I rely on people like you, people who are out here trying to do what's best. I have no ill intent towards you. I have no ill intent towards any political commentator who's coming out with an honest heart. But the fact is, it's a two-sided game. Nobody likes that, but that's the truth. And everything that I get is digested because I can't go read the raw bill. I don't have time to do that in my week. I've tried. And first of all, it goes over my head. I have to have a degree to even understand it. And second of all, it's very time consuming for somebody who's trying to provide for a family, who's trying to work and get ahead in life.
Yeah, I don't know if you hear, those are my grandchildren in the background. I work as well. Right. And I have them a lot because their mom works 2 jobs, right? So I'm very aware of what it takes to be up on the issues, but that's why it's so important to the people that you're listening to, being able to verify the information that they give to you. And it's not that hard to make sure that the sites that you are looking at are reputable sites and that they're credible. The bottom line is I just believe that people could, if they wanted to, take 30 minutes to an hour every other day to be able to go online, to be able to go to NPR, to be able to go to the Associated Press, to be able to go to BBC, to be able to go to PBS News. All of those are very, middle of the road, facts-based organizations that will give you information. I do not recommend putting anything into ChatGPT at all. I'm just going to tell you that. I don't. And I have a lot of reasons. We can talk about ChatGPT another time, but I will tell you the new MIT study that has come out about ChatGPT and its usage is a little concerning. Let me just say that. Yeah, but my point is simply this. All right. For me, it comes down to it's not about whether you are Republican or Democratic, right? But it's just about, for me, it's about policy, right? And so when I believe in, so if I were going to come into your house, right? Yeah. And let's just say that you had a goal of, you needed to trim real fat, right? Like lose weight, real fat, right? That was your goal. Pretend that we're not talking about money. Let's just pretend that we're talking about real fat, right? Yeah. And I was going to come into your home and I was going to clean out the things in your life and the food in your cabinets that are doing the most damage. Would it make sense for me to go to the thing that is that you eat the least that has maybe 5 grams of fat versus something that have 100 grams of fat? Would it make sense for me to go to the smallest things? Should I throw out your salt and pepper, or should I throw out your vegetable oil because you're not using virgin olive oil? Like, should I throw out, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, then you go to the biggest problem.
Right. And we haven't done that. And this is what I'm saying with this administration is, USAID made up, 1% of our entire budget. It doesn't matter what you cut out of that. It's not helping our deficit.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think, I'm not really happy myself with what's going on. Don't think I'm some, baptized MAGA person. I'm not at all. In fact, I think that's pretty barbaric for especially Christians to have the level of fear that they do towards Donald Trump a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But I guess I just came on here for that aspect, because I feel like I think people need to know that there is misinformation out there, and I'm very wary of anybody who leans heavily to one side, because I've never really met somebody heavy liberal or heavy conservative that hasn't understood the complexity of this. I feel like if you're 100% blue or you're 100% red, you are deceived. Because to me, I've looked into this and I've found complexity. There is complexity.
100%. Yeah, the government is complex.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I try to be merciful. I believe I'll be judged the way that I judge people. And so if I think somebody's in the wrong, I try not to say that they'll be condemned or they'll be judged harshly for that, because I myself don't want to be. And I know that I don't know everything. And I know that I'm in many cases deceived. I don't know who's the best candidate and who would have been better. I still don't to this day know that, right? I follow my belief. But
so Felix, I think you've been asked before not to type in all caps. Guys, I reserve all caps for my moderators and my my folks that are vision impaired. So please don't type in all caps. That's not a hard thing for me to ask you to do. Okay. You all should be able to do that. Seriously. Okay. Yeah. So for me, it's not about, okay. So when people say, do you, cause like I have voted both. I voted Republican and I voted Democrat. I end up voting Democrat more, these days, because quite frankly, I think that people come before profit and before corporations. I don't think that we should be bailing out businesses with, $3 trillion, but we're mad if, Americans who are working, need healthcare, need health insurance. Like, it's just crazy to me. Right. So, if the policy picks people over corporations, that's where my vote is going to land, because I just think that people are more important. And I think so. Here's what we were talking about this the other night. I think that we as a society have somehow set a different set of rules for businesses and corporations than people.
I've got to go.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. No problem. So I think that we as a society, we have set a different set of rules or standards for businesses that would not be acceptable on a personal level. Like, people will say, oh, it's just business, or that's different because it's business. But should it be different? Should not your same morals, should not your same integrity, should not your same, compassion and understanding exist even in business? Why does the pursuit of business or making money, right, excuse behavior that is horrible towards other human beings? Yeah, no, Marsha, this is just my backup account. That's all. Right? And so this is what I'm saying is, folks, you're going to have to kind of decide who you are. Are you someone that supports this backdoor way of living because of fun and because of money. Because if so, the Bible speaks very clearly about the love of money and greed. Right? Money in and of itself is not a problem. Right? Having money, having wealth, no problem with that. But the Bible specifically talks about having excessive riches or having love for money, right? It's different. Right? Hold on. Let me see if I can grab this joker and pull them up here real quick. I'm trying to see if I can find this person, like if they're going to speak again, or do I have to scroll back through the messages? Just saying, it's a lot, folks. And so here's my feeling about, right, Rebecca Little Bird, exactly. So Felix, I went ahead and gave you a direct invite to my panel. Thank you. I'm glad you joined. Hey, Felix. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon to you too. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. So, so you were saying some things in the comments. Would you care to share with us?
Yes. The last thing about things about the Bible.
Yep.
You know, and I saw some comments, people saying that he's cutting healthcare, he's cutting food for kids and stuff. And I'm personally involved with that. My mother works with that kind of thing. And at first they were afraid of getting their federal funding cut because of the person with Musk when they were doing all that. You remember that?
Yeah, but I don't know. Are you talking about your mom works with Medicaid?
I don't want to reveal exactly where she works, but in a sense, yes. And with immigrants of children that their parents ain't that they're illegal, they're illegals. You know, she helps take care of their kids, get them Medicare and Medicaid, and
they don't. Okay, so let me be clear: children don't get Medicare at all.
Yes.
Like nobody gets Medicare. No. Let me just say this very clearly: anyone that is an unauthorized immigrant does not qualify for federally funded benefits at all.
And they shouldn't.
And they don't. That's what I'm telling you. They don't qualify, and they do not receive federally funded benefits.
Not anymore.
No, not at all. That's in the law. That law is called Title 8. That is 8 USC 1611. They never have. Now, can I finish my?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So here is what the law allows. So the law says that if you have a state and your state passes a law that says they can receive state-funded benefits, then they can do that. For example, like Medicaid. So Medi-Cal in California has a law that says that unauthorized immigrants can have Medi-Cal in California. Illinois has a law very similar. New York has a law that says if an unauthorized immigrant is working in this country, right, then they can purchase Healthy New York, which is their expanded Medicaid, from the marketplace, but they have to purchase it. So if you have people in your state that are getting Medicaid, it is because your state has a law saying that they can get that Medicaid, because federal law says that they cannot. No, California can't be sued for that, RJP, because it's within their state law.
Okay, yes, and I am in one of those states in New Mexico that does things like that. So what I was getting at was my mother, they were worried at her work about them getting their federal funding cut, and I was telling her they're not doing that they're only trying to get rid of like these people that want to let boys play with the girls and be in girls' bathrooms and
No.
take the girls' scholarships away and stuff
None
like
of that's true
They were
either.
They were only cutting that out. Okay?
Hold on one
I
second.
know-
So Felix, hold on. Let me.
My daughter.
Felix, you got to hold on for just 1 second. Hold on 1 second. So
Okay,
you and I are talking.
I didn't interrupt you.
I know, but I need to make a clarification because you and I are talking about two different things, and so I want to make sure that we talk about the same thing. So when you're talking about Elon Musk and you're talking about Doge going in and doing away with different USAID programs, that is different than the Medicaid cuts that we are talking about in this bill. These are two separate things. So your mom being worried about her organization losing their funding is different than what's happening with Medicaid in the legislature. They're two in Congress. They're two very different things. They're not connected at all.
Okay, yes, I agree. And I was just jumping subjects. Okay, on the one you're talking about, I'm not too familiar with laws on particularly Medicaid, but with like welfare stuff and people getting food stamps. I don't know if that's in the same category, all that they're doing there, because like I said, I'm in New Mexico and there's a lot of people trying to get over on the system because it's easy to do out here because of the laws. And they're cutting that out and they have to do like work. What's that called? Like public work. They have to donate their time and work 20 hours a day to receive a certain amount of food stamps, you know, and get job training and whatnot. And I believe that, you know, you shouldn't just be able to lay around and us taxpayers pay for your food and everything and pay for your housing and everything. No, we got to work for it.
Okay, so again, we're talking about two different things. So I want to just lay a couple of different things because we weren't talking about immigrants at first, but we can talk about immigrants in just a second, right? We can do that. But first, what we were talking about is Medicaid cuts. And in the bill that is currently before the Senate right now, there is almost $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts that are being done in this bill. The impact of that will be approximately 11.8 million people that will lose their insurance benefits between now and 2034. So that includes citizens, that includes anybody that's on Medicaid, right? 11.8 million of them will lose that benefit between now and 2034. And so
what are the stipulations of them losing it? And then how much is that of immigrants in sanctuary cities that are going to lose it?
It's not. So it's not. So let me just be clear, okay? When the funding is gone, then they will have to make the cuts, period. And it's not based on immigrants getting Medicaid. You're trying to connect the two, and the two things are not connected. This is literally, and so let me show, well, I'm going to show you something. I'm actually going to show you something. So give me 1 second. So you said you live in New Mexico, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So here's what I can tell you is that in New Mexico, 86,000 people in the state of New Mexico will lose their Medicaid insurance with this bill. 148,000 of them will lose either part or all of their SNAP benefits. And then, and that's in New Mexico. Now get this, 11,820 people in the state of New Mexico are going to be at risk of losing their jobs because of the tax cuts, the elimination of the clean energy tax cuts. It's in my link tree. This is on the Centers for American Progress. They've broken down every single one. It's actually done by district too. So hold on and I'll show you.
I now look at it and like the SNAP cuts, I do agree with that.
How do you know you agree with it? Why do you agree with not feeding families?
If you're out here in New Mexico and you actually see and witness these handfuls and handfuls of people that you just going into a store and they're trying to sell their
citizen PSYOP
EBT cards for drugs, even if they're citizens.
Okay,
No,
stop.
this is
First, number one, you can't say that word on TikTok. That's number one. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Number two, you cannot use EBT for that. It doesn't work. It won't go through.
No, what they do is you give them $100 and they give you $200 off their card, and you'll go shopping and then they'll go and pay for it with their card.
So
that's how it works.
How do you know? So tell me who you know personally that does that. I want to know who you have actually seen do the very thing that you are discussing.
Just come to New Mexico.
I've been in New Mexico. This is the question that I'm asking. Felix. Felix.
I'm telling you where you could actually see it and witness
what I
it
ask
yourself.
you is this. What I ask you is this. What I want you to tell me people you know that are actually doing this, because are you telling me that you have personally witnessed someone say out of their mouth, here, I'm going to give you $100. You take my EBT card and use 200 of it. You're telling me you've seen that with your own eyes.
Yeah, it happens.
No, I didn't say it happens. I'm telling you, who did you see do it? Because I doubt that these people would be doing it in front of you. And if they are, and you didn't report it, then why not? Because that's fraud.
Because you would be there reporting it all day and night.
No, but you would be reporting it as fraud.
I live here. I see it.
Felix, and who are these people? Are they American citizens? Are they American citizens, Felix?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you a question, Felix. If somebody gets $100 and they give somebody else $200 on Snap, why does that bother you?
Because we pay for that, and that's for their kids, but they're choosing to use it, and I can't say the word. You know, they're
but you're assuming all types of things. How do you know they're citizens?
No, I'm not assuming.
You are. How do you know they're citizens?
I've witnessed it. I grew up.
But I'm asking you, how do you know they're citizens?
I see what you're trying to do.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm asking you a question.
I'm not going to fall for that.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not trying to do anything, Felix. I'm literally asking you.
Okay,
how do you know that they're a citizen?
I know. I grew up with some of them. You see them all day long.
So you mean your friends are committing fraud?
I don't have friends, no.
What do you mean you don't have friends?
Okay, when you grow up in a neighborhood that is infested with words I can't say.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, I grew up in a rough neighborhood, and out here in Albuquerque, you just walk down the streets and all you see is homeless, all bent over, all on substances they shouldn't be on. Okay?
But you're assuming, so there's all types of things that you're assuming about people, right? So let me just
you see it in front of your eyes.
No, but you're assuming. So let me just say this. You are so here's what you're saying. This is what gets me. So Felix, here's what you're saying. You're saying that someone who gets $100 cash and lets somebody use $200 of their EBT benefits is wrong, because that SNAP benefits is supposed to go towards their children. So they should be punished by not getting any SNAP benefits for those very same children.
I actually believe both of them should be.
No, but listen to your logic. So listen to your logic. This is your logic. Your logic is that there's a person who has children, and this person gets $100 cash from someone. They give that person $200 off their EBT card, and you're upset because that EBT card is supposed to be for their children. So your solution to this problem is that you believe they should lose all of their EBT money entirely and be kicked off the program, so that they will not give somebody $200 of it, even though they still have children that need it. So that's your solution, is that the children should just be hungry because their parent may or may not have an issue.
Okay, let me So with that, what should happen then, and I've seen it happen, is when their staff gets taken away. Man, I can't think of the name right now. I'm kind of being live and everything, a little nervous, but the CYF, not CYFD. Anyways, the authorities in that area step in. They send CYFD to do home checks, make sure the kid's being fed. If not, the kids get taken away.
Okay, so your solution is to break up families and to have children put into a foster system where they could be separated from their siblings, where who knows where and when they will be ever like with their families again. So that's your solution, is to punish the children. Hold on. This is your solution. Your solution is to not even, so first, fuck the kids having any SNAP benefits at all. They shouldn't have them because their parents gave somebody $100 extra of EBT, right? That's your solution, is nope, don't give the parents any more EBT for those children. And then have those children be taken from the families to be put into foster care, which, by the way, do you know how many children we have in foster care today? We have over 400,000 children in foster care systems right now that aren't with their families, where they get separated from their siblings, that sometimes go into homes where they get abused. So that's your solution, because their parent gives someone an extra $100 in EBT benefits?
Okay, let me give you.
But I would like an answer to that question first.
I'm going to answer it, okay? But first, I'll give you a little history of me so you see I know what I'm talking about. And I've experienced it and grew up with it. Okay? When CPS or child, when the authorities step in and take kids away, those kids that get taken away, the vast majority of the time are better off in foster care.
You do not know that. Okay, Felix, before you go down that road, wait, before you go down that road, let me just tell you something. Felix, have you ever been a CASA worker? Have you ever been a guardian ad litem or a CASA worker?
My family members have, yes.
No, I ask you, Felix, have you ever been a guardian ad litem or a CASA worker?
Okay, let me give you a little bit.
No, answer my question, please. Answer my question, please.
Okay, because this is
Felix, answer my question, please. Have you ever been a guardian ad litem or a CASA worker? That's yes or no?
No.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking you that question is because I have. So I've literally been the person to go out, and where I live, where I'm from, right? So it's not necessarily the hood, but it was me going out to the trailer park, right? And knocking on the door of the 2-bedroom that 7 people might live in, and interviewing the 13-year-old who's been SA'd by somebody. That's me. That's me writing up the report that goes to the judge. That's me. So my question is very simple. Like, it is absolutely ridiculous for you to sit up here and say that the majority of children, right, are better off out of a situation because you have no idea. You have no way of knowing that. None. Mila.
If you would let me explain my background,
Bella,
and my experience with
you all don't touch each other. What?
Okay. If you would allow me to give you my background.
Mila, come here. I got 2 sisters fighting with each other.
That's okay. I got 2 daughters, so I know how it goes.
Hey. Go get it. Okay, go ahead, Felix.
Okay, so I've been on the other end of the houses you walk into. I grew up. My parents were good parents, but everybody around us, there was no money. There was a lot of substances and a lot of mistreatment going on. Okay? Not particularly in my home, but somewhat. Okay? And I don't want to get into that. It's too personal, but everybody around me and who I grew up with, and we all grew up in each other's homes. Okay? So, and the ones that did get taken away, their kids were better off because their parents were there and they were around things no child should be around. And I know guardian parents with Bear Foundation. My sister's one of them. She actually has a nonprofit organization called Options Beyond Adoption, okay, that work with adolescents and troubled teens and women in poverty and their kids going through stuff that they get their kids taken away because they're addicts. So I know this personally on the other end, and my loved ones are on the end you're on. No, I couldn't do that because how I grew up, I got felonies and stuff. You know, put it in my past, paid my dues, and I just worked to support my children. Or else I would be there like my sisters, my cousins, taking in kids that they get taken out of homes like you described. And a lot of those kids are better off out of those homes because they're not being, what do they call it when they test dirty for a substance? Because they're not being exposed to things. They're not seeing violence.
Okay, so I want to give you some statistics because it's important that we do this, okay? I hear you, but let me just say this, okay? You are viewing their experiences through your personal lens of your neighborhood and your community, but that is not the entirety of what everyone else experiences. And it's important for us to make these distinctions, okay? So number one, when we talk about actual fraud or abuse, where SNAP benefits are either obtained or used illegally, is less than 1%. So that's literally, if you go to the Government Accountability Office, it is less than 1%.
Not out here. Okay.
Listen, no,
Maybe
Felix, I'm telling you about the entire program. Right now, I am literally looking at the U.S. Government Accountability Office's website. This was published September 26th of 2024. Here are the fast facts. Okay, USDA's Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is intended. Let me just go ahead and I'm going to share my screen. Hold on one second because it's important for people to be able to see and know what we're talking about and the accuracy of what I'm telling you, because I don't believe in just citing things. I believe in showing people where it comes from so that you have actual information. So this is, I'm on GAO.gov. That is the Government Accountability Office. It looks like my camera might be a little blurry, so let me wipe it off. All right, see that? So this is where I'm at. And this is the oversight of the SNAP program. You can even download the full report. Like I said, it came out last fall. When you look down here, you can see that the estimated, hold on, I got to pull out. Sorry. I'm like managing it as I go. It says what the improper payments were, what the recommendations are, and here's the, hold on, let me find the, I'm doing 5 things at one time. Hold on. I need to pull up all the articles. I need, oh, this is another one. Sorry, because I'm going to pull up all of them. Fast facts. Oh, here's another one too, but did it open for me? So overpayments and underpayments are here. You can go read all about it. Is this the one from 2016? Oops. Yes. So, hold on, I got to scroll down. Look, of the millions of SNAP recipients, fewer than 1% commit fraud.
Yeah, the ones that get caught, I agree.
No, this
There's
is
a- there's a
so,
lot of
but
them out there that
Felix,
don't
now
get
you're just
caught.
talking about unknowns. You literally
Yeah,
have no idea. And this is my thing.
You know,
Don't do that.
I'm agreeing with you, okay?
But you're
I
saying,
will do- I will
saying
do-
of the ones who get caught, as if you don't know if they're getting all of them or not. You literally have nothing to base what you're saying on. Nothing.
Okay, so does everybody get caught for speeding?
Listen,
Does
this is
everybody
not the
get caught
same
for the
thing. Do you want to
criminal
know
acts?
why? Do you want to know why? Because the
Why?
government doesn't have something in your car that every time you turn it on, it reports back to the daggone police department, but Snap does. Every time you swipe your Snap card, it registers. Every time you buy something, it registers.
Or do they have a system set up to see who's actually buying what? I agree with you that they do keep track of who of every swipe, but not what every swipe is used for. You get what I'm saying?
It won't cover
It's
anything. Okay, Felix, let me offer you this. Literally, let me offer you this. Snap will not cover anything that is not covered by the system. It literally won't work. Right? Now, here's the second part. You ready? So let's just say, Felix, that I'm a mom and I have SNAP benefits and I have an electric bill that is $85. I don't have $85 cash. And somebody says, listen, I'll give you the $100 to cover your electric bill if you'll give me $200 on your EBT because I don't have enough to spend on groceries. And so by keeping her lights on, she's technically doing the wrong thing. Yeah, babe. Yeah, you can use mine. So what's the problem?
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with that because I know that kind of thing does happen.
But this is my thing, and so this is my thing. There's just so many whataboutisms, and the thing that bothers me. Let me ask you about this. Do you believe that it is a bigger problem in this country that there are some people who use SNAP benefits to buy paper towels and groceries or keep their lights on? Or is it a bigger problem that people who make more than $1 million a year find tax loopholes or have their money stored overseas? Which one do you think is a bigger problem in this country?
Okay, I'm not rich. I work for myself. I try to do what I can, and money is just money. You use passive tax, credit, whatever tax credits you get. It's about keeping your money. And if you have an LLC and you're doing business, you could keep more of it.
That's not what I asked you, though.
So I agree. If you make money, keep it. You know, like.
So you think that billionaires, as long as they find loopholes and they can keep their money, so billionaires should keep their money, but poor people shouldn't keep their SNAP benefits? Really?
No, not exactly.
Really?
No,
But come on now.
I'm not saying that.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe that you become a billionaire by doing everything legally? Do you believe that you become a billionaire by doing everything legally?
Most probably not.
Exactly. But you want those unlawful, you want those illegals to keep their billions, but you don't want poor people to keep their SNAP benefits.
Well, I'm going to use the same thought pattern you use on me is how you're assuming if they didn't get caught, you're assuming they're doing illegal things.
No.
If they don't get caught,
No. Let me tell you. Do you know what the latest? Do you know what the latest estimates are? The latest estimates.
Go to different sites. I pull up different polls too.
Okay, I'll help you.
I want to look at it. It's all point of view. How it's like science. You could get any thesis coming at it, any result.
No, but it's not. I'm going to tell you what the difference is. Is when you actually. So, are you familiar with? Are you familiar with FATCA? FATCA. FATCA. So that is the Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act. So since 2015, that Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act has required foreign banks, investment funds, and other financial intermediaries to report information about accounts that are controlled by U.S. taxpayers, right? So using that administrative data that's reported under that act, right, researchers estimate that about 1.5 million U.S. taxpayers held roughly $4 trillion in foreign accounts in just 2018. So that's about 5% of the roughly $80 trillion in total reported U.S. financial wealth.
Okay, let me just say something, okay? Because I was just scrolling and I was seeing some comments and stuff, and I didn't come. You're prepared. You probably prepared for days to come on here and do this. I'm not prepared. I don't have my laptop out to look up what I know and stuff, you know. And plus, being nervous on live on your thing,
There's no reason to be nervous. I'm going to talk to you and
let me finish, okay?
Sure.
I'm not trying to say let's screw everybody.
Bella, open that door.
You know, I lean towards the conservative side because they're capitalists. They believe more like you go out there. If a man doesn't work, a man shouldn't eat. You keep what you earn. You work your ass off. You provide for your kids. You do the right thing, and you work.
Okay, so let me ask you this question.
Let me finish, okay? I'm not here to try, let's screw over all the kids. And you know what? I got family that did come from Mexico and did it right, you know, and had to wait over there a year and a half to get their paper and citizenships to get over here, okay? I have family that did it illegally too, you know, and I love them all.
Give me one. I need a couple of things. Hold on. I'm
jumping all over.
Yep.
I'm just trying to say is I'm not prepared for a debate in any area right now. So you're making me sound really stupid, you know? Because
I'm not.
I'm not prepared. Okay. And you know, like, it's cool to debate. I love debating. And if you show me something that betters me, it's only going to make me better, and I'll thank you for that. Mm-hmm. And what you showed me, I will, when I have time, I will go and look up and think, like, am I pro-Trump? Yes, because I have daughters that go to school. My daughter is a wrestler and power difference.
Okay, hold on. I need you to hold on for one. Felix, I need you to hold on 1 second. Let me help my granddaughter. Can somebody come give me a break for just a second? Felix, hang tight because I want to have that conversation with you. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to help you. Thanks, Jen.
Hey guys, hey Felix. If you don't mind holding on for just a second, Felix, I'm just going to do a quick little mod announcement for Dani while she's going to help her grandbabies. So you guys are doing fantastic on the tapping. First of all, we have over 300 people in here. I hope you guys are enjoying this conversation. It's very important about how we perceive and, you know, I'll just say personal experiences versus things like statistics, and how we can kind of navigate that as a society. So we have 268,000 likes. Let's see if we can get to maybe 275 by the time Dani gets back. That would be fantastic. If you are not familiar with Dani, this is her backup account. This is her Dani 8.8.8. She also has an account, The Dani Cook, which is her main account. She's just on a little hiatus on that account for a moment. So make sure that you follow that one as well, so that when she gets back to her main account, you can tune into her content there. Don't forget, you guys, as you all are tapping here on TikTok, don't forget to also, if you're on the Tube, if you're on Substack watching live, if you're on the Book of Faces, please don't forget to tap whatever the like function is on your respective app to keep those algorithms fresh and all the things, okay? Thank you guys so much. If you're on TikTok or actually any of the other apps, don't forget to share. So on TikTok, for example, it helps the TikTok algorithm to push your content out to the FYP. And that's the little curved arrow in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So please, tap that little arrow a few times, send it to some specific people, or if you don't have somebody specific, you can tap the arrow anyway, and then click the little icon that says copy link. That also helps. So I didn't want to take up too much of your time, Dani, but real quick, if you guys are on TikTok, you can also help with Dani's gift goal. The mods have from time to time put Dani's pay apps in there as well in the chat, which you can kind of check them out, or you can say, hey, I'd like to donate. Dani does a ton of research, and Felix, as you can see, she does spend a lot of time to make sure that she's quite responsible with the information that she provides to us, and she double and triple checks her sources to make sure that it's factual. So thank you guys for listening, and Felix, thanks for keeping the tone civil. I think everybody appreciates that. For anybody in the chat, just as a quick reminder, please note all caps. The caps are reserved for the mods and also for those who are visually impaired, and we already know who those people are. Please no slurs. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. We don't tolerate that here. All right? No insults, all the things. So yes. All right. Thank you, everybody, for participating, and 100%. Great job on the tapping.
Yep. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, guys. Okay. So, Felix, really quickly, just let me tell you, the majority of people that are in Congress are people that are either professional politicians, they are either lawyers, or they are business owners. Okay. So when you talk about kind of, the thing that bothers me when I hear people talking is it is really, really easy when you live in communities, right? Because I didn't grow up rich, right? I grew up seeing a lot of things in the neighborhood and around the way, right? But the thing is the temptation is to judge those people for doing what they're doing and how they're doing it, because it's right there in your face, right? But the reality is that singular experience doesn't equate to the entirety of the situation. Like, there are 83 million people in this country that are on Medicaid, right? They're on Medicaid, 83 million people. And even if you said there's 200 people that that are doing something wrong, it's nowhere near that. And the problem is that, I personally, listen, if 200 people need to be able to get over, quote unquote, on the system so that 80 million of them can eat, then that's just the way it's going to be. It's just going to be. Because there's never going to be a system that is perfect. There's never going to be. The thing that I get frustrated with, and I say this all the time, is that we make exceptions for, I don't know where you're from, but you've given me an idea. So we hear all this talk about, we need to get the corner boys off the street, right? You know who I'm talking about when I talk about the corner boys, right?
Yes.
Okay. So those corner boys that are doing what they do, they are the, Hillary Clinton called them super predators, Nancy and Ronald called them thugs and all the things, right? But here's the thing. We don't say anything about the boys sitting in corner offices, those corner boys that are doing things that aren't ethical, that may not be legal, that cause damage and harm to people. Like, we literally have health insurance companies right now that are fighting to not pay insurance claims, to not approve procedures for people. And they know those people are going to unalive. But we don't think that what the corner boys are doing in their corner offices is criminal. But if the corner boy in your neighborhood made a decision that unalived somebody, we'd be wanting them arrested and we'd be wanting them put in jail, would we not?
Yes,
Somehow we excuse behavior by rich people and corporations that we don't tolerate from poor people. And I'm just really, really tired of seeing poor people be demonized for a minute behavior compared to what billionaires do. I'm just really tired of it.
And I am too. And at that point, I get you there, because I'll be open with you. I was one of those corner boys. I did get put in jail. I had to go to federal prison. I done my time. I done my years that I had to do. But in there, I got my journeyman in carpentry. I educated myself. So out here now, I'm doing pretty good, just working my butt off to change my life. And yes, 100%, there are people in offices that are getting away with murder. are getting away with things they shouldn't. And I agree that that should stop because that'll help out all our society, okay? But you said it's the bureaucracy. The people in office are not Republican and Democrat. These people in office don't want those people caught because they fund them. They're the ones that are giving them the money to get elected and to pass the bills they want to be passed. So it's all a corrupt system. I agree, 100%. And with what you're saying, and I spent a lot of time, so I read up and I educated myself, to better myself and to get out here and be a productive member of society and to give back. And that's why I am passionate about these things like with SNAP, because I was literally directly in the middle of all that. And in my area, I don't know the whole United States. I'm just talking about my little speck of dirt here. What I've seen is not right.
Yeah, but let me just say this, right? We can't make decisions for the entire country based on your little speck.
Okay.
Even if what you're saying is true, you can't. And the thing is, you can't be a single issue voter. You can't be, because we don't lead single issue lives. We just don't, right? And so I think the thing that gets me, so when you talk about these the elite and both sides not wanting them to shut down and whatever, here's what I will tell you is both parties have a certain degree of political nastiness that nobody likes, right? 100%. Got that. But there is one party more than the other that is working diligently to take away the rights of other people, take away the benefits from other people, and give more tax breaks to these ultra wealthy, to shut down criminal investigations into the ultra wealthy. Like, we literally see that. We see this administration pardoning people who have committed really horrendous crimes.
Hey, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm reading all these statements and everything. What we're talking about right now, I'm passionate about. And everybody wanting to make statements like putting me down. Oh, he went to prison. Now he thinks he could judge and everything. These people don't know me. Go to my TikTok and see what I put out. Like, I'm a kind-hearted dude. And I give back to my society now. I'm out here, and these children that I see out here that are starving because their parents are doing what they're doing with the money.
No, but they're not starving because of their parents.
Hear me out. I just need to say this because the comments that people are making,
Go ahead.
And like putting me down. I do my part now. Did I mess up? Yes, I paid my dues. I paid my price. And now I give back. I see these children and I go to help them. Where it's not documented, but you see them at the corner and they're starving. I go take them, buy them clothes, take them to eat, and do what I can for them, and then go look for them the next days to make sure they're there. It's a place called the war zone, okay? Where just roads and roads of tents and people in just in poverty, just living in trash that are just so freaking caught up in their addictions and their substances, and it breaks my heart. It hurts me. I go there and I cry, and I try to go and I pray with them. I'll feed them, and I'm getting emotional now because this is an area close to my heart, okay? And all these people wanting to pass judgment on me just because I have my ideas. And like I said, I'm not prepared for nothing, so I'm all over the place. And then getting emotional gets you more all over the place. But I paid my dues, and I'm giving back to society. I'm becoming and I am a productive member of society. I will give back. I just had to say that because of all the comments.
Okay.
I didn't mean to get off the track.
That's okay, but I want to address something that you said. You said that these children are out there starving because their parents have an addiction and are misusing SNAP. And I want to be very clear. That's not why these children are starving. Children in this country are starving because corporations do not want to pay a livable wage. Children in this country are starving because we put extreme capitalism above everything else. Children in this country are starving because we have people that are voting against free lunch at school. Children in this country are starving because parents have to work 2 and 3 jobs just to pay their rent and food. See, how do I know that? How do I know that to be true? Hold on. How do I know that to be true? My daughter is a phlebotomist, and she has to work 2 jobs in order to be able to pay her rent. And I have her children with me a lot because of that very fact. We have got to stop blaming the problems of poor people on poor people when the problems of poor people are fucking rich people who don't care about poor people. So when you say you're talking about something that is near and dear to your heart, I'm talking about something that is near and dear to my heart. I am tired. I am so tired of hearing poor people being blamed for being poor. That's the craziest stuff. It's the craziest stuff ever. Because I don't care how many bootstraps you pull on. I don't care. I know people, when you talk about working hard, I had a mom that worked in a factory, 12-hour shifts. 12-hour shifts in a factory. My whole life. I don't want to hear that if you work hard, you can make whatever. My dad was a daggone veteran. 2 tours in Vietnam. And my mom still had to bust her ass just for the bare minimum. And guess what? We still had our phone cut off sometimes. Right? One thing she did do is keep the groceries. Now, we might not have a whole, like everything else all the times, but guess what? That's what we had. But also, we weren't having to pay for daggone daycare. That's $1,500 a month. My grandson's daycare as a newborn infant was $1,100, and that was 12 years ago. 12 years ago for an infant. I am tired of people you tell me if I've got a child, I'm just going to say daycare is $800 a month. I know it's more than that, but let's just say it's $800 a month. The average 2-bedroom in this country is how much? $2,000, right? Let's just do that. So that's $2,800. Let's just say your electric bill is $150 a month. That's $29.50. Now let's do groceries. For a family of 4, easily, you're talking $700 a month. I'm just going to do $700. Okay. So that's $3,650. So I've done groceries. Let's just say you got a car. So your car payment's going to be $250. Now we're at $3,900. Now you got to have car insurance. Let's add $120 for car insurance. Now you're sitting at $4,020. I know y'all, I'm just lowballing it. And if you got a cell phone, let's just say you got $50 a month for your cell phone because you got one of them cheap plans. That's $4,000 a month, right? Now you got to put gas in your car. So let's just say you spend $100 a month on gas. We have $4,170 now, right? I haven't even gotten to everything else. I haven't figured in your water bill. I haven't figured out your cable bill. I haven't put clothes on your kids, right? I haven't done any of those things. I haven't paid any of your kids' school fees. I haven't done any of those things. And I'm at $4,000. And that's got to be the take home. So that means I got to make it at least $50,000 a year? Do you know what percentage of this country is making less than $100,000 a year? 60%. It's crazy. And I am so tired of hearing people. Do you want to know how we got as many people that are addicted to substances as we have right now? You can thank Big Pharma for that. You can thank Big Pharma, and you can thank doctors who overprescribed for a large portion of those things. And guess what?
Can I ask you something about that? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. With Big Pharma and all these Big Pharma, Big Food, all these things that are controlling our whole entire lives, who are they putting in office?
Okay, so let's talk about that. But guess what? Those folks,
Democrat, Republic, they're putting both of them.
No, they're not. They're not putting everybody in office, and you can find that out because I can name representatives right now that aren't taking money from them. I can name right now people that aren't taking money for them. 100% I can, and I can show you who's actually putting forward bills to protect those people, and I can show you people who are not. 100% I can do that. You don't want to do that with me because I can tell you right now, I can 100% tell you who's who and what's what going down that road.
Okay. And that's okay. You open my eyes to that. I'm not a stupid man, and I'm not
saying that you are in any way, shape, or form.
I meant it saying like, you open my eyes, you open my eyes. Okay? Like I said, I lean towards conservatives because of the thinking, you know? And
but the thinking,
the liberals and how what they're putting out, okay?
Right, but Felix, can I share this with you? Like, seriously, because I don't think that you're dumb, and I do think that you are a reasonable person. I do think that. But what I need you to understand is that a lot of the things that you are quoting or that you are believing is information that's simply not accurate, right? So, like, for example, do you know, and I'm going to give you this. Did you know that trans individuals are actually 2.5 times more likely than anybody else to be assaulted and unalived? Matter of fact, Black trans women more than anybody else. Like, they literally walk around every day with a target on their back, even though they make up less than 1% of the population. There's not a single person, 4% for them. Sorry, Cheryl. But so check this out. Did you know that you can't name a single time that a woman has been attacked in a bathroom by a trans woman? It doesn't exist. It has never happened. But you can find a hell of a lot of times that women have been attacked in the bathroom by men. Regular, cis, heterosexual, straight men that follow them in the bathroom. 100%. Like, these are straight facts that I am telling you. It doesn't happen.
I'm not against them and want them to be hurt or nothing. The parts I'm against are like when they like what happened in California when that transgender went and took medals from women because it's.
But it didn't happen. And it didn't happen. Would you like for me to tell you all about it? Because I can.
Okay.
The high school student that you're talking about, let me tell you. Nope, it didn't happen. Let me just tell you what happened. Do you understand that when she won first place, so did someone else?
Yes.
It was in the no, but listen, it was in the high jump. Hold on, let me tell you, it was in the high jump. And the only difference between her and the other two people is that she cleared it on the first try. They had one fault and then cleared it on the second try. There is no advantage with any of that. Can somebody get rid of Janet 888 with her transphobic ass? I'm not dealing with it. Let me tell you what, folks, if you come in here and I'm saying she, and you want to keep saying he, you will get muted or blocked from this live. I don't deal with disrespect no matter who's doing it. Don't do it.
Okay, look, I'm not against them in the sense like, you know, biologically, boys and girls, men and women are different. We have different hormones, right?
Okay, Felix.
Okay, let me finish, please. And I'm not trying to be against. I'm not trying to be against these individuals because I have LGBTQ in my family and I love them to death. And I don't go and push things on them or anything. I love them and I support them 100%. I'm just trying to get a point across. I got daughters too. I don't want a boy in my daughter's locker room. I don't want a boy in my daughter's bathroom.
And let me just be very clear.
Let me finish. Please, let me finish. Okay? Because we should make solutions for this and make alternative bathrooms for them where everybody feels safe. The parents feel safe. The kids feel safe.
Does your daughter tell you she doesn't feel safe around a trans woman? Has either one of your daughters said to you, I don't feel safe because of a trans woman student at school?
In their sports?
No, yes. I'm asking you a question. So you're telling me that your daughter said to you, I don't feel safe.
If she has to wrestle a boy,
nope, that's not what I asked you. I asked you.
Okay, if she feels safe, like if she was gonna get attacked. No, she felt safe. Yes.
Okay, so this is my thing. Stop for just a second because I get really, this makes me really, this is really challenging, and I'm going to tell you why. Because your children do not care about trans people in school. Kids today don't care. They know who they are. They don't care. The adults that are saying these things are the problems. The adults are the problem. And I'm just going to be very, very clear. I cannot say this enough. I cannot say this enough. I cannot say this enough. Number one, we are not all born male or female. That is not true. It is a lie. Biologically and anatomically, not everyone falls into the category of either male or female. Doesn't happen. There's a whole category of people, estimated to be about 6 million people in the world, that are born differently. It's referred to as either intersex or DSD. That's what it is. Intersex or DSD individuals, which means they may or may not have the same like an X or an XY chromosome or an XX chromosome. They might just have an X, and there's no Y, and there's no other X. So you tell me, if somebody has Turner syndrome and they have just the X chromosome and they don't have an X after that X and they don't have a Y after that Y, number one, why is that any of your business? And why can't they identify however they want to? And why can't they just go into a bathroom and mind their business? Why does anybody else need to know what's going on with them when they are already having enough time living in a world that is designed, that is telling them they already don't fit? They are literally being told from the minute that they can understand, you don't fit anywhere. Our world has decided that there are males and there are females, and we are raising children in a society where they already are being told you don't belong here. So why should we do that to them? These children are not out here attacking each other. There's not a single parent who can tell me any school where transgender children are attacking other children. It's simply not happening. And it's absolute horseshit that people are saying that it is. It's not a thing. And it makes me angry because we are hurting children. I want to be very clear. We are hurting children. We hurt them with this trans shit. We hurt them because we don't want to take care of assault weapons. We hurt them because we are just following bullshit to virtue signal, but we're not actually interested in our children. We're not actually interested in them, because if we were truly interested in our children, we would have free healthcare for children. We would have free lunch in school for children, right? We would have that for children. We would let children be children. We would do something about mass pew-pews every year in this country. We would do something. And do you want to know how I know that nobody is coming for anybody's weapons? I'll tell you how I know. Because between 1994 and 2004, we had an assault weapon ban, and nobody came for your guns. Nobody came for them. We had an assault weapon ban in this country, and everybody still had their Second Amendment. Everybody still had their pew-pews. But we had less mass pew-pews. It's crazy to me that people are talking about things that absolutely aren't rooted in anything. Meanwhile, though, we can name Uvalde, we can name Columbine, we can name Sandy Hook, right? We can name mass pew-pews every time we turn around. But you can't name for me one child that's been attacked by a transgender child. Why? Because it doesn't happen. But we're okay with our babies dying at school.
And at this point, I agree with you. Like, the kids that are transgender and LGBTQ, I'm not saying we need to punish them. We need
if you are saying that you want to isolate them at school, Phoenix. If you are saying that you want to if you want to single them out at school, I know you were a kid at school. Can you imagine your school singling you out and saying, no, you have to be the one person to use this particular restroom? Can you imagine? That is why our transgender children unalive themselves at such a high rate.
And I don't think that's good at all. Okay, let me finish what I'm saying. Okay, so what my point I'm getting to is we got to cater to the and love all the children, even the LGBTQ, all of them, straight, whatever, okay, whatever race, whatever sex, whatever they are, we have to love them all. But there has to be separation. There's girls and boys sports for reasons. You can't have a boy boxing a girl.
No, do you know what? I boxed men when I was 16-year-old. I boxed men and beat their ass. Kickboxed in a ring. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Because, and listen, and most of the time when you go to put your kid in sports, most of the time at 6 years old and 7 years old and 8 years old, they're on co-ed teams. I just took my grandson to a thing.
Okay,
but no,
I'm
so
talking about when they become young adults. Hear me out. I didn't interrupt you. Okay, hear me out. Yes, when they're in middle school and especially elementary, yeah, of course they can play football, everything together. You know, the girls are actually stronger than the boys at that point. You know, but when puberty kicks in, the testosterone and kicks in for the boys and stuff, they become way stronger. Way stronger. They build way bigger bone structures, way bigger muscle.
Do you understand, Felix, that if a child, but wait, you're saying something that's not accurate, Felix. You're saying things that aren't accurate. You're saying things that are not accurate, Felix. I am telling you, Felix, I have had physicians on my panel. What you are saying isn't true. What you are saying isn't true. But can I ask you this, Felix? Can you tell me?
Let me finish.
I know, but I have a hard time, Felix. Listen, I have a hard time. I know.
Because the first thing you hear that you don't like, you want to interrupt.
It's not that I don't like it, Felix. Listen, if you were saying something that I just didn't like, you would have never talked this whole time. That's not what it is. When I interrupt you, it's because you are saying something that is factually not accurate. That's why I'm interrupting you.
If you have a boy, a 17-year-old boy and a 17-year-old girl, same weight class, you put them in the ring, the boy's gonna tear her apart.
No.
Hands down. Now there's far and few between. A girl will have some testosterone to build and stuff. But boys, we get testosterone at puberty.
Does your school have boxing as a school sport?
Okay, let's play. I play football and wrestle. You put a woman next to me on the line at the same age, she's gonna get tore up. You put her against me in a wrestling match, she's gonna get tore up. Okay. Now my daughter wrestles. Well, she did. My daughter, I'm so proud of her. She just graduated and she's going to the Air Force next month. I'm so proud of her. But all 4 years she wrestled and powerlifted. And we were so lucky and happy that at that time here in Albuquerque they separated it, and she was the first part.
Sharon, Sharon, you don't have to correct the way he talks. Yeah, guys, listen. Don't do that. Don't mock somebody's accent or the way that they talk. Don't do that. You don't have to agree with the things that he's saying, but don't mock the way he speaks. Because that's discriminatory and it's just as wrong as anything else. Don't do that.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, sis. How are you?
I'm good. Let me just tell y'all, listen, I told y'all I don't like it when you're being disrespectful on either side of the aisle. He's being respectful here, so don't be an asshole to him. Don't do that.
Hey Felix, how are you this morning?
I'm good. I'm just
Can I offer you something here, Felix? Have you ever coached sports, Felix?
Yes. Well, no. Yes, I've been part of my daughter's team and her powerlifting and wrestling. Yes.
Okay, I've coached for over 27 years at every level, with exception to college, and a lot of what you're saying, it just isn't true. Because it's not prominent doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. Women have been playing in men's sports for years, for decades.
Yes.
Like literally. It's just, now here's the problem. The problem is that society doesn't highlight it because society's uncomfortable with it. But it doesn't mean that it's not happening. Do you know the name? Let me give you an example. Do you know the name Monet Davis? Does that sound familiar to you, Felix?
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
Do you remember where you remember the name from?
No.
Okay, so sure. So Monet Davis was a baseball pitcher, a phenom. About 8 years ago. She was in the World Series. She was all over ESPN. She was pitching in the not in the girls league. She was pitching with the boys, right? As a matter of fact, she ended up getting a scholarship, and she since went to college and played. But my point is, it's not like it's a phenomenon, right? And so the idea, to Dani's point, the idea that we have to carve out this thing because we're uncomfortable or we're not educated, and I'm not talking about you because I said we, not educated enough to understand that this thing that has been created is not a thing. Because if you do your history on this, women have been playing in men's sports forever. There's been intramural co-ed forever at every level, including at the collegiate level. So it's not a phenomenon. This isn't something that's new. It's just a way to make people uncomfortable to fit a narrative.
Felix, thank you, DeBoss. I just want to add something. Felix, did you know that between 2018 and 2019, that school year, that there were girls playing boys football in 1,918 schools across the country? There were girls playing.
Yeah, I know. And when I was in high school, we played against girls. There was a couple of girls on our team.
But this is my point, though. 1,918 schools have girls playing in boys' sports, and they are playing just fine. A lot of things that happen, they're just not a thing. And no, women in the military go through the same training as men, unless you're going special forces, right? So no, we go to basic just the same. We run just the same, but we're in different units, right? So, I mean, I think it's just important. The thing that I wanted to say to you, Felix, is because things that are dangerous, the type of rhetoric that you're repeating, right? Regarding trans students, I just want you to know that trans children who come out, they consider taking their own life, but 51 to 62% of them consider taking their life.
And I have my younger daughter, we kind of went through something similar with her. So I'm not trying. I love my younger daughter. And when she was, she thought she was, I don't know if I could say the word, but she's a female. She thought she liked females. And I told her, I don't agree with that, but I love you and I'm going to accept you and whoever you're with. I'm not trying to be a bigot or anything like that and promote hate. I just have beliefs I don't want her to be like that, but if I'm still gonna love her.
Okay, I
want her to marry a man, have kids, have the nuclear family.
Let me just say this. Okay, so number one, give me 1 second. I need to reply to this.
Hey, Felix, while Dani's typing, you can cut me off anytime you want to. Isn't that the same? I mean, and I didn't hear where you were from, but Black, brown, and indigenous people in this country dealt with the same mindset, right? Like there's somebody that has said to you or thought that way about you at some point, and I don't think that I have a problem with, I don't like who you are, but I don't have a problem with you living across the street. It's not a frame of mind that would put you in a good space mentally.
It's the same thing as them saying Black and brown people need to have their own schools.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm Hispanic and Native American, so I've dealt with that kind of thing.
Okay.
I'm not here trying to promote hate and anything against the LGBT community or anything else. But what I see in my world right now and where I live is just so terrible. It's just, I wish that we could go back to a one-party system that's just for America, that's just for us to, it doesn't matter what color, what race, what gender, whatever you are, why can't we just all work together and be for each other?
Right.
And get all these substances that, there's conspiracy theories that the government's putting it out there. It's from China, it's from here, and the cartels, all that. You know what? Let's just get it all out of here. Because in my area, that's the biggest problem is the substances that are out there and the people that are getting addicted and how the kids are getting hurt because of it. Okay. And then they become what they see.
No, but
so that's an issue for me because that and the thing with the kids, I want the best for my kids and everybody else's kids. Okay. And I do believe we should separate them in the sense and not make a mockery of it and not be, oh, you have to go in this bathroom because you're this one is bad. No. Be like, look, we're doing this to make it more better for you.
How? No, that's not true. Don't do that. Don't tell these children, oh, we're doing this to make it better for you. It's not making it better for them in any way. Isolating children, it is not. I'm isolating them. No, you are. You are. And I'm going to say this. See, Felix, listen, I can't. And I'm going to tell you why I can't. Because you keep saying you don't mean to be, discriminating against people or whatever, but you are. You literally are. And it doesn't matter what else you say after that. You can say, oh, I don't want to be against a particular group of people, but I am. Because you are. And so the reality is this, because if
I tell them they can't go in a boys' bathroom, they better go in a girls' bathroom.
Let me tell you this, your daughter's not a trans male. Let me just be clear. Your daughter is not a trans male. So
if my daughter became that way,
this is not.
And I would love her, but I would make sure she goes to the proper
bathroom. You would get her thrown in jail as a trans male. That's what you would get.
I mean, like the one that they made for a trans male.
Yeah, but they don't make they don't make those. They don't make those.
That's what I'm saying.
In your house, Felix, in your house, Felix, do you have male and female bathrooms in your house?
No, but
no. Okay, great. Let me ask you this.
Boys in there, a girl's not gonna go in.
Felix, listen to me. Do you know? My God, Jesus, Felix, I see this a lot within the Black American and the Hispanic community. I see a ton of homophobia and transphobia, a ton, because there are these roles, these gender roles that have been created about what we think men should be and what we think women should be. And here's what I know is that it does more damage than it ever does good. This idea that, and I'm going to finish saying this. I'm going to finish saying this 100%. Okay. If your daughter said she likes girls, she likes girls. If she told you, I like girls, and you said to her, well, I don't like it, but I'll love you anyway. And then she said to you, well, I just thought I did, but I really don't. She likes girls. She just can't trust you with who she is. In that moment, she came out to you, and what she found out was that her father would not accept who she is. And it doesn't matter if you tell her you love her anyway. It doesn't matter, because you said to her, well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, but I'll love you anyway. But hold on, Felix. I'm going to finish saying this, Felix. I'm going to finish saying this. At that moment, you are not a safe space for her to tell you who she is anymore. It is like saying to someone, I love you, but I don't love all of you. I don't love all of who you are. I don't love the part of you that makes me uncomfortable. I don't love the part of you that goes against what I believe. I don't love the part of you that whatever. And that is devastating. That is why children in the LGBTQ plus community unalive themselves at the rate that they do. And it's just that simple. I can tell you this. I have a nephew that is gay. I have a cousin that is trans. I call my cousin by his name. I use his pronouns because that's who he is. It's not who he chose to be. It's who he is, right? My nephew, he comes to visit me. He's got a boyfriend. His boyfriend can come visit me. The same way he could bring a girlfriend home, he can bring a boyfriend home, right? Because for me, I don't have anything to do with that, right? Who someone is just who they are. And I'm either choosing to love them or not love them. I don't get to choose what parts of them I do and don't love, because that's conditional love, which is devastating for a child to hear from a parent. Just devastating.
Can I say something now?
Yeah.
Without interruptions?
Sure.
2 things, okay? So here's the problem I have an issue with. People thinking, like you just said, you think you know what my daughter's thinking better than I do. Ma'am, you don't. I know my daughter better than anybody, just like her mom does. And what happened was kind of what you said. She told me at first that she liked girls. And I told her it's not right. I don't believe in this. And I showed her in scripture and everything. But I told her, hey, I still love you. She understood everything. But I know you're shaking your head. Okay, because here's where a lot of it triggers happen and you want to go against it. But I also showed her in that same scripture, it doesn't just say homosexuality. It says drunkenness, rivalry. It goes to all kinds of things that ain't right. Okay? In God's eyes, that ain't right, that he despises. Not just homosexuality, but people lying, people fighting, even me, and when I sleep with other women. So I told her, look, what I do ain't right either. Okay? But I also showed her the grace of God, and the blood of Jesus Christ washes all this away, and we're accepted because we go through that cross. This is our belief. I don't know your belief or what. This is our belief as Christians from the canon, 66 books, 40 authors of the Bible. This is how we believe, and Jesus' blood covers all our sin. And then we let the Holy Spirit change us within, and we move forward. Okay, so she before she came out and let everybody know, she did was suicidal thoughts and cutting herself and stuff. And then when she came out is when she started coming out of her shell. I told her how I feel, but our relationship still got closer and better. And today we are so close. Me and both my daughters, we can't even. Yeah,
she is trying so hard. She is trying so hard to be who you want her to be. She is trying so hard.
She's being who she wants to be because I'm going to accept her no matter what. If she's
No.
wrong or if she's right. I would let her know my opinion, but also let her know she's her own person. You follow.
After you told her even God would not approve. You and God would not approve, but you think she's nah. It's not a trigger for me, Felix. It's not a trigger for me.
But hear me out. I didn't just put it in that manner. I let her know because she asked these questions. I let her know in the Bible, these ain't accepted. And our sins have to be washed away, myself included. Her mom and her mom drinks included. We're all included in this.
But you called her a sin. You called her existence. Let me tell you the difference, Felix. If your wife picks up a drink, she is choosing to drink and get drunk. That's a choice. Your daughter is just who she is. She's not choosing to be attracted to a girl. She just is attracted to a girl. So when you say to her that it's a sin, just like this is a sin, you are literally saying to your kid, her existence is sinful. She is a walking sin that Jesus is going to have to cleanse. That's what you told her, because this is not a lifestyle. This is her life. This is who she is. And you said to your little girl, you are a sin. You didn't say it like that, but what you said to her is, see this scripture right here? This scripture right here says that you're a sin. You're a sin just like when I choose to drink and get drunk, that's a sin. You're a sin like when I commit adultery. You're a sin just by being who you are.
Okay, so this is a trigger for you. Like,
it's not a trigger for me, Felix. Stop saying that.
Let me finish, because I noticed when I bring certain things up.
Felix, can I say something? No,
can I say something? I did say that, but I also let her know what the Bible teaches. We're all sinners. We're born to sin. We're all sin. Without Jesus' blood, there is no hope for us. As our belief.
Felix,
our belief as Christians. I'm not dogging anybody else's belief or anything. This is what I teach my daughters, and I will teach them till the day I die. This is my dad. This is how it is with my family.
But again, Felix, I don't think that you're really receiving what she's saying. And I'll say this. And I want you to hear me, because this is very important. And the reason I brought up the coaching was for a reason. Do you, just because you and your daughters are close, and I don't have any reason to say that you guys are not close, you and your wife and your daughters, but you got to be careful thinking that nobody knows them better or no one's closer to them than you, because that is statistically shows that it's not necessarily true, especially when you tell them that something that they feel or they believe in is a sin, or because Dani was 100% right. She was 100% right. And I know how you feel. Everybody feels the same way about their children, but you have to really receive this the way. If you think because she opened up to you and you told her how you felt, and all of a sudden everything is good, fine, and dandy, and that she's just this person you want her to be, holistically, that nothing shows that to be the case. And I know
it wasn't all fine and dandy at first. We went through some hard times.
Right, but
we absolutely went through some hard times. But because of those hard times, and because of our love, and because of Christ, we're a lot closer now.
So how do you think she feels now? How do you think she feels now?
She's free to make her own choices. If she wants to date another young woman, she can. If she wants to date a young man, she can. That's her choice. And I made it crystal clear. I will love and accept her and whoever she's with.
Yes, I heard that.
It doesn't matter if it's another woman or a man.
Hold on?
They're going to have to come through me first to be with her.
I just have to pop in here for a second. May I ask how old your kid is?
My younger daughter's 16. She'll be 17 in September.
And when did she come out? What age?
This was at 13.
Okay. All right. So, and when you said she was cutting, when was she doing that?
Like at 12.
Holy fuck. All right. So Felix, let me just tell you something. I was born and raised neck deep in church. I mean, absolutely neck deep in church. Believed all the things that you are saying. Believed all the things that you were saying. What I hear is a child who, God love her heart, was self-harming because she lives in an environment where she is told and reminded that her existence is sinful. And she mustered up the courage to come out. And so let me just say this. It doesn't matter what else you said to her after you said, the Bible says that this is a sin. It doesn't matter if you said to her, oh, but it's a sin when I drink or when mommy drinks, or we all have to be forgiven with Jesus. It doesn't matter. Because what she understands is that who she is to you is sin. Like it's not what she does, it's who she is. Like literally, that's who she is. I cannot imagine being that girl and not being able to just be me. I can't imagine what her life is like. And I'm not saying, I want you to hear me. I am not saying you do not love her. I am not saying that you don't want the best for her. I am not saying any of those things. What I am saying is that your kid came out to you and she was rejected, and rejected with religion. And as someone who was born and raised just neck deep in religion, when you tie rejection to faith, it cuts like nothing else. It cuts like nothing else. I have so much concern for her, not because you intend to do wrong to her, but because of what she has experienced. This is a kid that doesn't have a fully developed frontal lobe. Kids have thought before they have wisdom. She's like right at the cusp. Children that come out before 13, typically about 62% of them consider unaliving themselves. 13 and beyond, it's 51. So she's literally like right at that cusp. Okay.
Okay, I get what you're saying, and I'm reading all the comments and everything, and like trying to make me out to be a monster.
No, nobody is doing that.
Comments and stuff. Okay, but listen, we're not all religious, all right? We don't go to even the church. We have the Bible for guidance and we use it. Okay, and I'm not throwing at her. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Did I fuck up? Excuse my language. Did I mess up? Maybe I could have. And as a father, what I do.
Felix, nobody said you're a monster. This conversation isn't about you. The conversation isn't about you, Felix. I literally just said to you, I believe that you love your kid. I believe that you want the best for her. I believe those things. What I also believe is that you have a belief system, and that belief system has run up against who your kid is. And in your response to her, because I'm just going to tell you, there are statistics that will show you this, that
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not, okay? I'm listening to you. I'm taking it in. I want the best for my daughters, and if that means me educating myself more and looking at something I never did, you're damn right I'm going to. But for not saying you, I don't even know why I let these comments get to me. I've never even been on a live stream or blog, whatever. I've never even done none of this. The very first time. And to see all that,
I think that people,
and then people trying to apply it to me
no,
as if I want the worst for my daughter.
No, they don't
Like,
think that. Felix, here's what it is. It's not that. Listen, it's not that people think that you want what's worse for your daughter. People don't think that. Let me see if I can help. So many people in here have experienced what your daughter is experiencing. And so their heart is breaking for her. Their heart.
I get that right now from what you're telling me, and I don't know your sexual identity, but if you understand her better than I do because you know what she's going through because you might have went through it, like you're damn right, I'm going to listen 100%.
Yeah, so I mean, there are several folks.
I hurt because the comment, some of them might have relevance. I don't ever want my daughter to shut off to me. I don't ever want her to think that unaliving herself is better. I don't ever want her to think anything that is detrimental to her health. And I will do everything in my power to be a father that will be there for her.
And Felix, I actually came up. The only reason I came up is as a father of daughters, and I've coached young women for a long time. And when I heard you, sometimes they're not comfortable talking to parents directly. So sometimes I can't tell you, Dani, you've heard this from me before, right?
Yeah.
How many times have you heard me, and I've turned my camera on and showed you young women that I've coached that have opened up to me way before they opened up to their parents.
100%.
Because it's not that their parents are any less than, but for whatever reason, it's a safe or safer space. So with that, I came up because I'm listening to Dani, and I know Dani, and when we understand this subject, and I just want it to be from a father to another father, very direct about. I know you believe, and I believe that nobody in here is saying you don't love your children.
Nope.
I haven't seen that at all.
Nope.
What I'm saying is there's times where you think if we all thought we had it right, then the rates that we talk about of unaliving of these children wouldn't be what it is. Sometimes they don't feel like they're being heard, even when we think we're telling them all the things. So this is a very important conversation because this conversation happens in a lot of families after the fact, right, Dani? Like people start listening after the fact.
Yep.
And we don't want that to be the case.
Right.
Right. So what we think we know and what we know and all the things, that this is not the thing. We're not talking about cars, right? We're not talking about, political allegiance here. We're talking about, our children and how they feel about themselves. And what we think we're giving to them in the moment does not always translate to what they're actually receiving.
Yeah.
And that's why we're having this conversation.
Yeah. So Felix, we were talking about this the other day because there are some states that are trying to make laws to say that if a child does come out to a teacher or whatever, that they are required by law to inform the parents. And there are some cases where that may be harmful to the child. Not saying that that was your case at all, but in some cases, there are cases where that could be harmful. I was talking about this the other day. Oh my gosh, who was I talking with?
Let me say something about that real quick.
Sure.
I was on the side of what you're saying, that let's pass that law. These people shouldn't be able to get to our kids. They're my kids. That I was in that same train of thought. You know what? Until right now. Like right now, actually, just give me a minute.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, until right now, actually listening to what you have to say and this other gentleman has to say, I'll admit maybe I've been wrong. Or maybe I haven't, but I know I need to find out.
Yeah, and it's not about being wrong. Yeah, listen, it's not about being wrong, Felix. It's really not. I don't want you to feel like you're wrong because you didn't know, right? That's it. You didn't know. And so it's just when we learn more, then we can see things differently, right? I can remember talking to my nephew after he came out, and my brother is a bishop in church, right? And my brother said pretty much what you said. He said, listen, I still love you, da da da. I don't condone, your lifestyle. I don't condone whatever. And literally told my nephew, if you can come visit, but you can't bring your boyfriend here. You can't bring your whatever here. And I said to my brother, I said, that's conditional love. That's not fully loving. That's not fully loving your kid. That's not fully loving your kid. And so I just want you to hear me when I say, it's not about being wrong, right? You just didn't know, and now you're starting to know.
So something you said hit me hard. Because that's exactly what she did. She says, I like girls, but then later on she says, I like boys. And is it because she's not being herself because of me?
Mm-hmm. And she might like both.
And we my older daughter told me, because she didn't, my older daughter told me, and it was kind of like a joke. Yeah, we thought she liked girls, but now she wants boys.
Yeah.
Well, I never put no thought into it till right now. And
Yeah.
It's ripping my heart out my chest.
Yeah.
I want my daughter to be who she is, and I will accept her who she is. 100%. That's my blood. That's my baby.
Yep. And here's the thing. I'll tell you what. So Felix, this is one of the biggest things, because I told you I was raised neck deep in church. I was raised in the South, right? And when I started when I moved away and I started being around a lot of different people that were in the LGBTQ plus community, right? And I saw people that were just loving, people that were kind, people that were giving, people that like if we think about all the ways that the Bible tells us to live, they were living exactly like that. They were just gay, right? And I came to this point. I was like, I just find it really hard to believe that God would send someone to hell for eternity, right? Just because of who they love. If they're taking care of children, if they are being good to the elderly, if they are, if they are being honest, if they are being kind, if they are treating their neighbors like they want to be treated, I find it hard to believe that God would punish someone, that God would do that just because of this one thing. Not when I know, you know what I mean?
But me, I didn't tell her that. I didn't say you're going to go to hell.
No, but she knows that because of the Bible.
No, I explained to her, and I don't know if she understood, but I explained to her, like, this is why we have the blood of Christ, and this is what brings us to God, in our belief. I didn't.
But I bet you money, because that's what they hear. So remember, you're not the only person that your kid is hearing from, that your daughter's hearing from. And there's a lot of rhetoric, especially in politics, especially on social media, where people do condemn people that are LGBTQ plus. People do tell them that God wouldn't like it and they're going to hell without, whatever.
Agreed with that.
I know, but I'm just telling you, she's going to be hearing it from all sides, right? And so in that moment, especially at 13, she's still figuring it out, right? And so she may, in fact, have said, I like girls. You read the Bible to her, all of the things and whatever. And then she realizes, that he doesn't like this part of me. He doesn't like who I am. So I've got to be something else, right? And it could very well be that she likes both and she doesn't know. Like, I can't speak for her, but here's what I would most likely lean towards is that she came out. And I think the thing that makes me think a lot about it is that because you had the things that she was doing at 12 that harmed herself, right? That's what makes me think she was really struggling with who she is, because it's about that time when we're like in 6th grade and 12 and 13 where we start to have a crush on somebody, and it makes me concerned. So I used to do seminars and workshop with high school kids all the time. I've actually had kids show me their scars, right? And they will be more open with me sometimes than their parents because I'm safe and I won't judge. Our agreement is this. This is the agreement that I have with children and especially teenagers, because that's who I primarily work with, is the agreement was I am a vault. I'm a safe space unless you are in danger, unless there's a safety issue. Right. And I've only had to exercise that and tell one time. But it was because this child was on the brink of doing something really bad to themselves. Right. And so I say this to say there's an incredible website called the Trevor Project. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Okay. The Trevor Project, their website is thetrevorproject.org. This is a fantastic website where it will tell you who they are, what they do. It'll give you a ton of information about teenagers and when they're coming out, the challenges that they face, the truth, even about like the stuff that you had, the questions that you had about like kids who are trans. They talk about this a lot too. This is a great website where there's research there, there's tools there, there's a lot of information. Thank you, Laura, for putting it in the chat, where you can become even better informed about what it means, right? Because, I grew up in an era where it wasn't okay. And oftentimes in my culture, to a lot of people, it's still not okay. But what I know today is some of the best people I know, some of the best parents I know are members of the LGBTQ plus community. And I think the reason why they're so incredible is because they know what it's like to be alienated, because they know what it's like to be disregarded, because they know what it's like to be excluded. And I think that's what makes them want to be so inclusive of everyone else, because
and this is called the Trevor Project.
Yeah, the TrevorProject.org.
Okay, I'm so worried about her mental health right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and my nieces, my mom, my sisters, everybody, we're a close family.
Yeah.
She gets more, and I see it, and it hurts me, but I'm glad for my niece. She opens up to my niece. My niece is there for her 100%. Better than I can be, because my niece is just better, I guess. She could open up to her better. It hurts, but I'm glad she has that,
Yeah, it's
so
just different.
My daughter's leaving next month to the Air Force, and my older daughter, and they're close. Mm-hmm. They're like super close, and she's already feeling the anxiety, separation.
Yeah.
And like I said, I went to prison. I had to do my time for what I did, and before I left, we were like their daddy's girls. So I caused a lot of anxiety separation. Is that what it's called?
Separation anxiety, yeah.
Yeah, I caused a lot of harm to her leaving because I'm her dad, and she's my girl. She's daddy's girl. She was attached to me at the hip,
Yeah.
And
so listen, for your.
So I know, but what I'm trying to get it to is okay. So after all the cutting she did and everything, it broke me down.
Yeah.
And then now I'm trying to get her and I into something especially when her sister leaves, to fill that void,
So listen, the Trevor Project.
But I don't want to offend her in any way. I want to be there for her 100%. But I have these old-fashioned values, these old-fashioned thinking that I say things and they get offended, and I don't even mean to. I'm not meaning to.
I know. I get that. So check this out. When you go to the Trevor Project, they have crisis services. They can actually help you find someone to help you and your daughter, even her separately, and then you all as a family. They have the ability to help you specifically with LGBTQ plus providers, folks that can help with and navigate these conversations, right? And this is the best thing. I'm telling you, I would 100% recommend that you do that. And the reason why is, and here's what I will say, is make sure when you do find somebody that it has to be someone who is seriously trained in this particular thing. Sorry, my cat just jumped up here. But all of their counselors at the Trevor Project are specifically trained to support young people like your daughter and the families. And they have trained counselors, there's a whole structure model. You'll see it. When you go to the site, if you click on, let me see. Oh, stop, Titan. There is, when you go under what we do, there's crisis services. You can read that. They also have peer support where there's affirming.
Is that Titan or is that Trevor Project?
Oh, she's saying Titan because that's my cat's name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's the Trevor Project. Yeah. So when you go to their website, go to what we do and go to crisis services. You can read some more. You can look at their advocacy, their peer support, and they have great education stuff. And then just contact them through their site and they will help somebody. They'll help get you in touch with somebody that can help you. If you go under who we are, there's a contact us page. Matter of fact, do you have a pen handy?
I will. Give me 1 second.
Okay, go ahead. You grab a pen.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, it's 212-695-8650.
And this is what?
That's the number for the Trevor Project.
Okay.
And you can literally just call them and share with them who you are, what the experience has been, and tell them you're looking for resources and support for your daughter and for your family.
Okay, that's 212-695-8650.
Yep, you got it.
Yeah, like when we started, it went this way, and I'm kind of glad it did. But with anything, all the political stuff, I'm not. If my eyes get open, they open. I'm not the kind of man that's gonna just shut everything down because I believe this way and this is it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're showing me facts, and I'll go look at them too. You know, like the snap facts. You know, like I was a big, in the mindset of take them away because these people are using them for things. But you showed me something that opened my eyes. That I only see in my little world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's a way bigger world out there.
I'm
not closed-minded.
I hear you. And I don't think that you are. I think that this is the thing that I love. And this is why I show up every single day. I come back here every single day to have really challenging conversations. And they usually do start out a little challenging and frustrating like you and I. And if it is somebody that I can, because I could hear exactly when the shift happened in you, I could hear it. And as soon as I hear that, I know it's going somewhere. And it doesn't mean you and I are agreeing on everything. What it means, though, is that you and I now have an understanding. We now have a connection, and it's opened the door for you to get other information. Let me just tell you this, too. When you go on their website, when you go to the trevorproject.org, go under Who Are We? And go to Contact Us. When you scroll down to the bottom of Contact Us, there's a box that says Reach a Counselor, and there is somebody that will talk to you all 24/7, even your daughter. Make sure your daughter has this as a resource because she can just hop on the website. She can click Get a Counselor, and somebody will chat with her, somebody will text with her, or somebody will call her. And same for you. If you are struggling with this, there is somebody who will chat with you 24/7 year round. And I love that they provide this for people.
Well, that is something I'm really looking for because I sometimes will stay away because, my own mental issues, and the own shit, excuse my language, the own things I'm dealing with, I don't want to project on them or bring that vibe around them. So, they'll be like, Dad, where you at? I just can't be around right now. But I think something like that is what we will need.
Yeah, 100% it is.
It's,
Felix, I followed you.
Okay. I followed 2 people, 3. Well, you and then 2 other people popped up and then followed you.
You can direct message me. Well, that's the thing about this community, Felix. You're probably gonna have more people following you because this is what we do here, and this is the environment that Dani created. And I followed you. You can direct message me because here's the thing. The resources are available. All of us have been through a lot of the same things, especially as men. Men have to find a safe space in order for us to be safe for the women and the young women in our lives, right? This is a thing that we need to tackle and we need to deconstruct in a lot of ways, my brother. And it's not uncommon. We just don't talk about it enough. It's not uncommon at all. So I direct message you so you make sure that you can reach out to me at any time and we can talk about these things because I've been through this. I've been through this, and you shouldn't have to go through any of these things alone, right? And that's just how we feel about it. And everything that you're hearing from Dani and everyone here is sincere. So, because if we don't do this work that we're doing right now, then what's the point?
Yep. Felix, make sure that you...
I love this. I love that I came here. I love that you guys broke me down, and I have this machismo, and it's sometimes detrimental to me, and I'm seeing it now that I'm getting older. And I don't want, I love my masculinity, I love being a man, but I don't get overboard, and especially things that are out there saying, oh no, you need to be this way, you need to be that way. It gets confusing, and like even if you look at my TikToks, I'm trying to change. I'm trying to open up, and I do want because I think where I come from and where I've came to now, like a lot of people do come to me and listen, for help, but I feel like I ain't nobody to help nobody because I still need help myself.
And everybody does.
Felix, may I offer you something?
Yes, sir.
Getting to know the community as far as, for your daughter's sake, to get a better understanding of what the community is about, what the community does. I'm not saying deep dive and, go to the gay clubs and all that stuff, but just having like one or two friends or getting to know like a couple of people that are in the community to help you and your daughter at the same time get to know each other better and how to address certain issues that she does bring to you. You would have a better understanding of how to address those issues as well without having to bring the Bible into it. The old ways.
And Felix, this is my backup account. So my regular account is and it's just the Dani Cook. It's my name, Dani Cook, but it's the in front of it. So THE. So I followed you on this account. Just make sure you follow me on my main account as well. I'm on here today because I need to build this one up as well. But that's my main account. So just wanted to, see, Cam said it.
And I definitely will. And I really thank all you guys, especially you, Dani.
It's Dani. By the way, so I have a ball cap on today because I need to color and cut my hair. But no, y'all know when y'all see the ball cap all the time, it means I need to cut and color and do all kinds of things. But no, so I'm divorced now, but I have two beautiful daughters. I was married for a really long time, about 14 years. My grandbabies are the kids that you heard in the background. No, it's like when you said you don't know like my sexuality, that's just who I am. I have a fair amount of masculine energy myself, and I'm okay with it. I think the thing that we should all recognize is that all of us have masculine and feminine energy in us, and we are at our absolute best when they are pretty balanced, right? Too much of either one way can be detrimental to us, right? If I'm too masculine or if I'm too feminine, if I'm too whatever, and I'm just talking about in generalities of what we typically think of as being those, it can be rough. But when we have a balance of those things, I'm going to tell you, like, if your daughter heard you today, it would mean something to her. If she heard you today when you because I could hear you almost cry, it would move her. She would know for sure that you love her. It would matter to her. And that vulnerability is what you need when you have conversations with her. It's just about being open and being transparent. The same way that you were with me today, be that way with her. let her know, hey, listen, I know that I have these old ways of thinking, and I'm open to learn what I need to learn because I do want what's best for you. You're my kid. I would move because I know what that feeling is. You'd move heaven and earth for our babies. You would. And wait till you have grandbabies. As somebody who has them, I'm just going to tell you.
I don't want to be a grandpa yet.
Yeah, no, not yet. But here's what I will tell you, Felix, is when it comes, however much you love your kids, just I tell people that when my grandson was born, it was like I don't know, like a rainbow came up in the sky and there was like unicorns and stars and like a Lucky Charms and all kinds of shit. Like it was just, it's different. It's like a whole different kind of love. So but
Yeah,
anyway,
I see that in my sisters because they're both grandmas now, and they're just the love I see in them. Like it's envious, you know. I'm like, wow, I just like to be around it, you know. Like,
yeah,
of course, the babies. I love all the babies in my family, you know. Just babies, period. It's like animals. They always crawl, and
100%.
I'm the uncle. I'm the guy that's outside with the kids in the swimming pool, in the jumpers. I'm playing football.
All the things.
I'm a big kid myself, you know.
Yeah, listen, they keep us young.
And it's crazy how you could read people. Like, there's been a couple of times exactly what I'm thinking you say. Like you just said about masculinity and femininity, okay? I got that machoism, and like it could be detrimental. But the masculine, like a man does need that to a point, and I'm finding that balance because my girls are just changing my world, especially now they're becoming younger women.
Yeah,
they won't put up with my shit. They're like, no, and I have to just shut down. Like, I'm not gonna argue with them, so I'm just like, okay. I try to argue a point, but they just shut down and shut me down. But I want to be better.
Yeah.
I don't want to be this guy that people think, oh, you can't talk to him because he's set in his ways. He's just all manly and he thinks he knows everything. And that's how I was, you know, like it was my way or no way.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like that no more. I want to be able to sit there and my daughters feel 100% comfortable with me.
Yeah.
You know, but that's probably, me and their mom ain't together no more, you know, but that's probably why I'm single, you know, because I can't balance that out and learn. Women get attracted to me because of that masculinity, that machoism, but then it goes overboard.
Yeah,
you know,
and
like,
it can.
I need to know how to open up and be in touch with my feminine side. And that's the first time I even actually said that. I almost said a cuss word. You know, like it kind of like I don't want to offend anybody, but it feels like weird to me. Let me say weird. It feels weird to me to even say that.
Yeah.
You open me up to that. Like I see that, you know, like
the way that I think about it, Felix.
It's not going to happen overnight.
It's not.
It takes practice and awareness.
It took time for my mother to do the same thing.
Didn't we just have this live? Weren't we literally?
We were talking about this very thing the other day.
Was it Saturday?
I think so.
Felix, we probably talked for 45 minutes to an hour about this exact topic.
Yeah.
And how men have to deconstruct this, and it doesn't challenge you as a man to be connected to your feminine side. The reality is, if we were connected to it, we probably wouldn't have made some of the decisions that we made, trying to live up to something that was instilled to us outside of us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Felix, let me offer this. You've talked about God several times in this. And so I just want you to think about something. If we were all created in God's image, right? That means that women were, men were, intersex people were, we all were, which means we all have feminine and masculine energies. We all have different things inside of us. And it's just a matter of getting to know them and what it looks like for every single one of us, right? I can tell you, for me, vulnerability used to be like a cuss word. I didn't want to be vulnerable. What do you mean? Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel that way too.
What do you mean? Well, because, you know, when you've been through a lot of shit, especially when you've been through a lot, you need that tough exterior to survive and to get by. But the beautiful thing is that when you get to a place where you don't need it anymore, you get to choose to let it go and create something new, right?
But I'm at that place. But it's confusing because that machoism in the environment that I was in most of my life, I literally needed that to stay alive. Literally, because, you know, it was.
I get
it's
that.
hard and stuff, you know. But I know I don't need it now. And
Nope.
it's crazy you did it again. I was just thinking, like, I believe in God, you know, like it happened for a reason. I was thinking that, and you just said it. You know what I mean? Like, you start out by saying you talk about God, you know, and I was just thinking, like, you know what, like, God brought me here because this is something I needed to hear.
Yeah.
This is something part of a process that I need to go through.
I will tell you this, give yourself some grace.
I ain't gonna lie, you're hitting the most softest spot and bringing me to tears, you know, and I'm not a man that cries, you know.
Well, great. I hope that you become, I hope that you become a man that can cry, because men who can cry, it's cleansing. So tears are cleansing. When you hold them in, then you can't, you know how, just like when we think about like rain cleanses us, right? Rain cleanses the earth. Tears do the same thing for us. Tears do the same thing. And so it's great. I told my grandson this, because so I'm biracial. My dad is black. My mom is white. My son-in-law, their dad is Hispanic. His family is from El Salvador and Honduras, right? And so they're a blend of everything, but a lot of machismo in those cultures, right? And so I was having a talk with my grandson, and I said, listen, I said, baby, it takes strength to be able to cry. It takes strength for a man to be able to be in all of his emotions and to not be scared of the ones that make him sad or that make him, scared or whatever. Like, that is when you know you're truly strong, is when you can feel everything and not be scared of it and just manage it. Staying away, if the only emotion you can feel is anger, you're not feeling emotion. You're just feeling anger, and you're missing out on so much more.
Yeah, and I don't feel anger no more. Everything's like a dagger in my heart.
Yeah, you just need to. You got work to do, and I'm excited. I hope that you keep coming back. I'm live pretty much every day between like 10 or 11 a.m. and then sometimes again at night. I hope that you come back. I hope that you check out the Trevor Project for you and for your daughter, and get you all some resources. 100%.
I will, definitely. That's right after I get off here.
Love that.
Definitely will. Yeah, this was something I needed. I really thank you guys.
Yeah, you're welcome. I appreciate you.
Got you, bro.
Let me tell you something, Felix.
Felix, I'm gonna follow you too. If you want to talk to somebody that is in the community, I'm a bi man, so it's something that is, beneficial to you and your daughter, just to get a better understanding of, what we went through, what's going on, what to expect in the near future, how to handle certain situations that may come up, with her, dating women or dating both, or, however dealing her with her life.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, yeah,
I'll insight from somebody that's in the community as well.
I'll share this with her, because me and her are looking for which we both came up with, is like to get a TikTok page where she makes me do all kinds of ridiculous things that she narrates. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I like to put myself out there. You know what I mean? I like the attention, but she doesn't. But she would want to direct it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we're thinking of doing something like that. Just so we spend time and like for her mental health, because she gets real depressed and it hurts me when she don't come out of her room and she just stays in her room all day, and when she tells me she's okay.
Feels alone.
Yeah. It
That's the main.
just tears me up.
Yeah. You guys.
I need to figure this out. I need to figure this out and be there for her, because she's so awesome. She's great.
Yeah. So I need
to get this figured out for her so she could thrive. She's smart. She could do anything she puts her mind to, and I don't want her to hurt no more. I don't want her to hurt.
Yeah. So if you want your daughter to hear this conversation at any point in time, I'm also live like on my YouTube and my Facebook. and they can go back and watch it at any point in time. I don't know if you all even if you wanted to listen to it together, like that's something that may help. I don't know. But let me just say this to you. Kudos to you for being the dad that you are, because there are not always dads like you that can say, oof, I might have got this wrong. Oh crap. If I hurt my kid, I need to fix it. I want to change. And, not everybody is like that, right? So I just want you to walk away from this feeling really good about who you are as a dad because of where you are and your willingness to do whatever needs to be done or for her. So seriously, you should pat yourself on the back.
And her hearing this would get her that much closer to you. Like, love you that much more.
100%.
Seeing and hearing that you are willing to change and be better and have a better understanding of her lifestyle.
And I thank you. I thank you guys, because I'm not sure see, here I go, like I want to categorize and put people, we're just all people. We should just all love each other,
What?
So like, if she likes men or women, or if she even knows yet,
Right. And it's okay.
Yeah, I just want her to know that she don't have to like men just because of me. If she wants to be with the woman, be with her. I just want her to know she's free to be herself with me. And whatever I did to make her feel otherwise, I wish I could take back, but I'll do whatever it takes to make it right.
But just
Felix, can I tell you this? Can I say this, Felix? And I mean this, and I know Dani, bro, you don't understand what a source of strength you're going to be for other people.
100%.
That hasn't even happened yet for you, but there's people listening that are listening and deconstructing themselves because you were courageous enough to sit here and have this conversation and be vulnerable in this space. This shit is phenomenal, man. Don't discount what's happening right now.
Yeah, 100%.
Because this is powerful.
I love this.
Because you making this change today, I'm pretty sure there are people in this room that are not typing, but they're just listening, and they're probably going through the same thing you're going through now.
Yeah.
And thinking, oh shoot, maybe I should do the same thing. Like, this makes more sense of how I should do this and do that.
Yeah.
How I should get closer to my children.
Well, Dani, I love you.
I love you too.
You brought me totally out of my comfort zone. I ain't gonna lie, because of this. I don't know what I say, the machoism or whatever.
Yeah.
I almost just got off. I was like, no, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing here. But something, you made me stay. You caught my attention.
Good. I'm glad you stayed.
I love it. And these gentlemen also that are on here too, you guys are really inspirational and how you approach it, Kudos, I give you guys props. You guys really opened my eyes up and helped me, but even more important, I kind of feel like a gate opening, a door opening to my daughter's heart.
I love that. Having two daughters myself, Felix, it's the best thing that we can do. I talk about, people ask me all the time why I do a lot of the stuff I do. And it's because, there are things that I want to see fixed in this world. And I may not see them in my lifetime, but I do the work because I want my daughters to see them. I want my granddaughters and my grandson to see them. I want them to see and have a better world to live in than I did growing up. And the only way that I can do that is if we keep having really tough conversations like this with as many people as we possibly can. And then that's how we all grow together.
Yeah, and if it helps anybody else, it's awesome to be part of it. But
yeah,
I love it. I read some of the comments and stuff. I can't help it, but how they say they'll help his other daughter out too. Sometimes I piss him off so much with how I act, and it's the machoism. and
Yeah.
my life is fucked up because they cut me off. They cut me off, and I've tried everything, and then I have to give in. I go crawling back, and what do you want, baby? You want your nails done? What can I get done? You know,
Daddy's
I
girl.
think I'm single, and I want a good woman to love, but I can't if I can't even get my relationship right with my daughters. So, like, I see it all coming full circle, but it's not easy getting to this point, you know?
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
Please keep coming back, Felix. Please keep coming back, brother. Please.
Yep. I love that you want to work on what you have with your girls first, because then here's the beautiful thing is that as you are working on this with you and your girls, you will attract whoever is meant for you at that time. It will just happen for you. Because you are working on this with your girls, it will create for you who you desire to be and the version of you that can attract the woman that you deserve and the type of woman and the type of partner that you want to have. You'll also attract someone who will be good for your girls and who will be connected, and you won't bring somebody in who doesn't fit and who doesn't accept. It'll be great putting them first and that relationship with them.
Yeah, because absolutely, like, before my last relationship, me and my daughters were real close.
Yeah.
But the woman I allowed in put a barrier between us. And I don't blame her for that. I take responsibility. But, like, yeah, I see all that, you know, and how it stages to get one from the other.
Yep,
you know,
100%.
It's just, yeah, I just want my daughters to be okay.
They're going to be okay, and so are you.
My older daughters, I'm proud of her, but it's so bittersweet. She was the one talking about she was wrestling at Power and everything. She's a little badass. She's like tidy. If you go to my TikTok, you'll see her. She in her graduation outfit, and then you'll see my other daughter too. You know, she's a little badass, but like she's so. Like she don't put up with nothing. No, you're wrong, Dad. No, you don't even talk to me about that. She's such a strong little woman, and she won't let me. And she's this little tiny thing. And I'm a big guy. I'm 6'2", 255 pounds. You know what I mean?
Oh, good Lord!
She puts me in my place. She like just makes me like an inch tall. You know?
I love that. I love that for her and you. I love that you're raising strong girls.
And I give their mom props a lot because, like I said, I was away a lot, you know.
I got it.
My mom, their mom, my nieces, and everything, they really helped out, and my daughters are amazing because of those women.
Yeah.
You know, I want to be able, before I leave, before they go their ways and get ready, I just want to show them what a man's supposed to be, you know?
Yeah.
And hopefully they make the right choice in who they choose to be with. I know I got a big part of that, you know? I know if I would have stayed on that same path I was on, that's the kind of, that's what they would attract.
Yeah.
And that was one of the biggest things.
Not necessarily what a man is supposed to be, is what a partner is supposed to be.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
And it's little things like that.
Right there is something you just touched on big time, like the categorizing people, you know, instead of, man, woman. I know that's something that I really got to learn.
All it is Felix, it's just mindfulness, right? The more that you get into this work, and I promise you, once you start getting involved with the Trevor Project and you and your daughter get a counselor, you'll become more aware of things and you'll catch yourself. And it will be it's just new. It's just new language. And once you do that, you'll change and it'll be all good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's, you did it again, just something I'm thinking, and you took the words right out of my mouth.
Yep.
You know, it's a new error, you know, and I don't want to push my daughters away from me because I don't know how to adapt and change, you know? And that's kind of what's going on. That's kind of what's happening.
And that's kind of what was happening. It's not happening anymore.
Yeah. you made I love you. You know that because you make me cry. You made me cry. I don't cry. but you talk to me about my daughters, and you hit this spot, and you could break down that wall of like F you don't know. You know what I mean? And you get past that. I guess I'm just like they say, just a big teddy bear, you know?
Yeah, and that's okay. And that's a beautiful thing to be. I'm telling you. Girls like big teddy bears. Your daughters are going to love the big teddy bear. I'm telling you. They are. And I appreciate you hanging in there. So you have to make sure that you come back.
Yes, I will definitely. We'll stay in contact. You guys, I followed you on this page and then 2 other people. I'm not sure who they were.
Okay.
I think there's the 2 gentlemen on here right now.
Yeah.
We'll stay in contact.
Yeah, please do, bro.
I will come back on.
Please.
Yep.
I'm kind of running late for work.
Go get yourself to work.
Yeah, but it's okay. My boss, he's a real good guy. And
Love that.
I already texted him, told him I'm gonna be late, but I just couldn't get off. I don't even want to get off right now. But, you know.
Well, what we'll do, I'm going to message you. And when I message you, it will be my main account as well, so that you have me on both accounts.
Okay, and let's stay in, let's stay in contact, because there is on the, like this month was mental health month. And, I put out positive stuff as I can, and I got other men messaging me like, we need you to put out positive stuff, and they wanted me to do all this. So, well, maybe it's time,
Yeah.
Maybe it's time, and this social media stuff, I've only started like 6 months ago with my last relationship when it ended. So like, looking for attention and stuff. First it was all about women, trying to, but now it's evolving into something else, because I like the attention, but it also brings a kind of healing. And now with my daughter wanting to just make a TikTok, and she just wants to make me look like a fool. It's okay. She can do whatever she wants. I'll do whatever she wants. She'll narrate it, we'll laugh our butts off, but, and tie it all in together, because if it could help my daughter, that's the most important thing. But I know, like, it's got to start within me first, and I got to change myself first.
Yeah.
I understand that, and I'm willing to.
Yeah.
I want to be a better man. I want to be a better person. And I want my daughters to know. I might crack up every time I bring them up. I want them to know they got a father. I don't want to push them away with this badly shit, this machismo that's so hard to get rid of. Especially because it kept me alive. Literally kept me alive, like life and death and stuff. It literally fucking brought me to where I'm at today. But I know now it's time to let it go.
Yeah.
I don't want to push my daughters away anymore. I've already pushed them away long enough, and I'll admit it, I already damaged them enough, and I don't want to do that no more. I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah. And you want?
I hate myself for what I've done already.
No, you don't.
I don't mean it like in a harmful way. I just hate what I did. Let me say, I hate what I did.
Thank you. You can say that. So one of the things that you'll learn when you're around me enough is that I'm a big words girl, right? Because words have meaning. And so be careful. I always say this, be careful what you say to yourself, because you're listening, right? Your self-talk is really important. And so when you say, like when I told you earlier, when you said, I'm pushing my daughters away, change that. I did push them away. It's past tense, right? I'm not pushing them away anymore. I'm bringing my daughters to me, right? I'm drawing my daughters to me. I don't like what I did, but I love the man I'm becoming.
And when you message me the site, because I think they should listen to this.
Yeah, I will do that. I'll send you the link.
I'm going to send it to both of them. Let's tell them I want you guys to listen. This is my first time ever doing a live
coming on a panel. Yeah.
I mean, I would kind of watch it when they come up, but then I'd always pass them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is my first time, and I think it was what they call it, a divine appointment.
Yeah.
Everybody is not, let me tell you, before we go, everyone is not like Dani. Dani is one of one. She don't like me to say it, but I'm going to say it. Dani is one of one. So you can go on other panels, and they may be informative, but they are not Dani. So if you want to continue to be informed, seriously, she's unpacked everybody. She's unpacked everybody that comes on her panel that's been here. So this is just, she just has a gift. So this is where we feel comfortable and safe on this app. Not that we're in other spaces, but she is just, yeah. So you want to stay with this family, and you'll learn so much stuff from this woman right here. It's unbelievable.
We'll do good
I
work.
am, Dani. I am. You're an answer to prayer. Really, you really are.
Well, I appreciate that.
I needed this. I don't know. It's just, when like you feel shift in your spirit.
Yep.
I kind of felt that this last couple of days leading to now.
Yeah.
And I truly feel now this is, I don't know, I feel lighter.
Good.
I feel something lifted, I feel like a shift,
Yep. And so what you want to do is just stick with that, because in a little bit so here's the thing, this is what always happens, because it feels really great in the moment, right? And then you'll go to work and you'll come back, and then it'll start to feel like normal again, right? So remind yourself of what this feeling is like, right? If you need to just sit with yourself and close your eyes and pretend to be on here, if you need to come back to TikTok and watch different videos, whatever it is, or if you need to message one of us, right? Do that so that you stay in the mode. And because, just as we go through life, sometimes we forget. And so you want to stay connected to the goodness, so that you can keep things going. Okay.
Are you like psychic or something? Do you know what's going on in my head?
No.
you just did it again. I was thinking, okay, so like, I kind of gave you a little bit of background to me. So like, NA, all the, when I was in federal prison, right?
Mm-hmm.
I done 8 years. And my second year is when I really started to change, and then other guys started to know it, because all I was doing was studying. I was teaching the vocational training. I was doing the hands-on, the building trades.
Mm-hmm.
I was the instructor. I was teaching all that. So a lot of guys would come, and I would tell them, like, when you start, exactly almost what you said, you feel this. You feel on fire, if it's for God or if it's for change, whatever. You feel on fire right now. Okay, and that's great. That thrive in that, but it's gonna go away.
Mm-hmm.
Days, hours later, you're gonna, just like you said, you're gonna go to work. You're gonna get out. You're gonna do this. That feeling's gonna go away, and then that same old feeling's gonna come back.
Yep.
But it is like what you were saying. What are you gonna feed?
Yep.
There's a saying. A guy used to fight pet bulls.
Yeah.
He always knew which pet bull was gonna win. So somebody went and asked him, how do you know which one's going to win? Whichever dog I feed is the one that's going to win.
Yeah. So Native Americans have the saying. Native Americans have that same saying, and they say that, there's two wolves inside, right? One is good and one is bad. And so how do you know who's going to win? It's the one that you feed, right?
Yeah. My grandma, like I said, I'm Native. From here, I'm Acoma Indian. My mom's 100%. My grandma is, and that's the things they tell me,
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
It's like that. I like that connection. That it's like here by hand, all this chick. What is she doing? Like, but I like it. I love it. I think I found a good friend with you. Like,
absolutely.
This is beautiful.
Absolutely. Agreed. 100%.
And I kind of, to tell you the truth, like I said, it's divine. I've been praying for some kind of like, where do I go next? What do I do? Because I fill my time up with gym, work, and then women. I'm trying to find love. But how can I find love when I don't even have love? The core of me, my daughters, we ate right. We ate right. We're not.
You will be right. And I'll tell you, the key is, so the thing is you will, as you work with you and your girls, and you become, the biggest key is when you love everything about who you are. Like, that's the key. Let me just tell you, when you create the feeling, because most of us just become who we are because of the things that happen to us, right? Life does things and we become the way we need to survive the things that life does, right?
Yes.
That's what most people do. But every single one of us can create who we want to be. I can decide today how I want to show up. I don't have to show up as the person that life was going to make me. I don't have to be that person. I can be somebody entirely different. And when you figure out who you want to be in this life and how you want to show up and how you want to impact people, then you will love everything you'll love yourself. You won't love everything you do, but you'll love everything about you because we're still human beings, right? And when you do that, man, listen, everything shifts. Everything shifts because you will be what I call unshakable, even in breaking environments, because you love who you are. Like I love who I am as a person. Do I love everything that I do or don't do? No, because I'm still a human being and I have my own stuff. But do I love who I am and how I believe and how I think and how I love? Absolutely, I do, right? And so that's the work. That's the work. And once you get that done, you and your girls will be amazing, and you will draw the person into your life that you are meant to have in your life at that moment in time. 100%.
And you'll see that when you go to my TikTok and see that's the main focal point of everything. Like I'm learning to forgive and love.
Yeah.
Even people, people tried to kill me. They shot me and stuff. I forgive them. My ex that drew a wedge between me and my daughters. And my older daughter wants to show her what she could do, because she's a rascal. But anyways, I won't let it happen. But anyways, I'm learning that forgiveness and love is the only way to get over those trauma bonds and stuff that I was put through, So like you'll get all that. I'm just trying to. It's coming full circle. I see, And
Yeah.
I think this kind of community and these kind of talks are what a lot of men need, because I also see there are men in my situation too.
Yep.
That life has beat the shit out of them and that they need to learn who they are and learn how to love.
Yep.
True love,
Yep, 100%. We've just been talking about this. I'm telling you, we have been talking about this for men. We've talked about just like Saturday night. So it's a perfect continuation of that conversation. Perfect. So, but I appreciate you, Felix, for joining today. I know you have work, and my grandson just popped in here and he was like, Tutu, I'm hungry. You going to make something to eat?
It's hard to end conversations like this when it's just there's so much love there,
Yeah.
I appreciate you. I appreciate these other gentlemen here. I don't know your names, but I appreciate you guys.
Yep. That is Michael and Phantom.
Michael and Phantom. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you too, my brother.
Yep. Appreciate you, Felix. You make sure you come back. Have a great day at work.
I will. You guys are all awesome. God bless you guys, and thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. We'll see you soon. Thanks,
Okay,
Felix.
bye-bye.
Bye. Bless his heart. That was great.
Oh, this girl, or as you say, child.
Child. Good.
You, I'm glad he, he was talking about his spirituality, and this is the first live he's ever been on. Didn't that give you chills?
Yeah.
It did for me.
Yeah.
It gave me chills to know that he's never done this, and he came into your space.
Yeah, I love that.
It is like crazy.
I love that. I love that for him and his daughters, especially. Like, I'm so excited that he's going to go to the Trevor Project. Like that. Be careful, Titan. Jesus. He tried to jump up here and got halfway on the desk. Thank you, Donoski. So, yeah, I love that. I love when it ends this way. Yeah. So Malin, this is my backup account. I saw you the other day, and then when I went back, you weren't there anymore. You always pop in here when I'm getting ready to go. I don't know why you do that, Malin. So listen, because I have been on for 4 hours now, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it surely is 4 hours. Yes, Sammy J, very much better than getting the live taken down. Appreciate that. So Malin, you want to drop in tomorrow? That's okay. Do you want to drop in tomorrow? Because follow this account. I'll be on this account as well tomorrow. And follow this account. I will be on tomorrow from, wait a minute. Don't make me lie real quick. Hold on, y'all. I just have to make sure real quick because I have, I'm interviewing a candidate for House, tomorrow in Michigan. Okay. So I have, okay. So that's enough. Yep. So I have us scheduled in there perfectly. Okay. So I will be here tomorrow, between 10 and 11 a.m. and I'll be on until 2. So I will be here tomorrow. Malin, pop in tomorrow between, nope, I got you. I got our one-on-one, Sandy, at 4 p.m. my time. So, yep. Oh, appreciate you, Farah. Yeah, today was great. I love you guys. Mean it. Malin, put in the chat if tomorrow works for you. And tell me if you checked your email too, because I emailed you back. Yeah, I've got a Michigan candidate, and then I also have a Tennessee candidate that I am getting scheduled to. It's the same link. All right, Phantom. Sandy, it's the same link that was in the other one. Tomorrow's perfect. Yay. Awesome, Malin. Love that. So I'm actually going to be talking to somebody who wants to take Andy Ogle's seat, and I am. Oh, well, check your email, Malin. I sent you some things. But I'm super excited to talk to anybody that wants to take Andy Ogle's seat because Andy Ogles is an asshole and not a good person. Okay, don't make me lie and say a name right now, Rachel, because I don't know. I don't know the person's name yet. But they're gonna we already messaged back and forth. They're gonna email me. We're gonna hop on a Google Meet, and then yeah, I will talk to absolutely anyone, Malin, 100%. So give them my email, Malin. That way they can just email me and we can set something up. Okay. All right, everybody. I appreciate you. You did me back from the last time. After I sent you the things you did? Because I missed it. I didn't see it if you did. Listen, I didn't even get to talk about it today. But we'll talk about it later. I'm not sure just yet, Mama Dukes, about tonight. Who are we raiding? That's a good question. Somebody tell me who's on. Somebody tell me who's on that we can raid, please. Really, really quick. Who's on that we can raid? Give me a name, people. Give me a name. Santana? Perfect. All right. Let's go give Santana a Dani raid. I appreciate it. Go give Santana a Dani raid. Appreciate you guys. Love you, mean it. If I don't see you tonight, I will definitely see you tomorrow. Peace out, you guys. Have a great day.